Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Jim. Doing good.
We have a big day today, finally. We got a little data coming down the pike to talk about and hopefully get some market movement going.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we preview that, I just want to go over one news item overnight. So Trump terminated, like in the middle of the night, terminated trade talks with Canada over a Reagan tariff ad. He said tariffs are more important to national security and the economy of the U.S. All trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. And he is still continuing to post about that this morning. But unlike China, markets don't really seem to be bothered by it at all.
It's just a little temper tantrum, Tracy. It's not a big deal.
It is. All right, let's get into expectations really quickly for CPI. We have CPI and core CPI coming out this morning. Remember, core is the Fed's preferred metric. So for CPI, we are expecting month over month 0.3% and for CPI 0.4%, for core 0.3%. That's month over month, both year over year expected at 3.1%. Even if this number comes in hot, we still expect the Fed to cut rates to next week. Kind of a done deal. It's already priced in. No matter what, that would just leave the December up in question, depending on how hot this comes out. And for traders, core CPI print over 0.4% likely would pressure equities and boost the dollar. A softer number would support risk assets and lower yields. So that's really what you want to be on the lookout for. As far as CPI is concerned.
Well, I'm excited about that. Tracy just took a glimpse at the bond market kind of selling off a little bit in anticipation. Wonder what that means. But, bond market's smart. So we'll see if it's a good indicator or not. We're back to a 118 handle. We have a great lineup, everybody. Chat, everybody, thank you for being here. Appreciate you on Capital Preservation Friday. We're going to finish strong today, this morning. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up and the subscriptions and also participation in the Arena Cup. It's an awesome thing, and there's still some seats left. Tracy, we have a special guest popping in right now, and I am happy to be able to introduce Blake Morrow is here with us. Blake, good morning.
Hey, good morning, team. How's it going?
Blake is
Good
known as the
morning.
Good
Blake
morning.
is known as the Pip Czar, Forex Analytics, and early riser. We were talking, Shy, we were talking earlier this morning, and Blake is at the gym at 2 in the morning, and I know you're an early riser, but 2 in the morning seems a little extreme.
No, 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 no. That's
That's
2 in the afternoon. 2 in the afternoon. Sorry,
Oh,
Jim. 2 in the afternoon after the market closes. So,
oh, I feel so much better. I was gonna feel like a slacker for that.
no, no,
Shy's the one
yeah.
that's up at 4 doing research.
true, true.
Anyway, thanks for being with us this morning, man. Big day. We finally got some data. Let's just start talking about that. What do you think, Blake? Is coming down the pike for us at 8:30.
Well, the thing about the market and CPI data that's coming out is everybody's waiting for it. All U.S. based traders, especially in the FX market, we've been clamoring for data, and just these little data releases jolts the market. I want to come back to the CPI here in a second, but Tracy said something about Canada and President Trump. He came and he started rattling off some things on Truth Social last night. I happen to be long the dollar CAD, so I was short Canadian dollars. It spiked into the 140s and took out my offer that I didn't expect it to be taken out overnight. But the reason why we haven't seen any follow through there is because everybody is waiting for CPI. The data, they're even though the market's looking for 3.1%, it doesn't. I think the market's looking for that, but assuming that there's not going to be a huge reaction even if the data comes in a little bit hotter than expected, because the market is expecting for the next, two meetings, next week's meeting and then December's meeting, that we are going to get a rate cut no matter what. So the CPI data may not matter so much, but I beg to differ. I think that even though the market feels that way, I think that the general consensus is, look, it doesn't matter what CPI is going to come in at. We're still going to get a rate cut next week, and there's 90% chance we're going to get a rate cut in December. We're just going to trade the market in that expectation. I still think if we do get a hot number, that could take a little bit of the shine off the euro, at least, as we go into month end flows, especially corporate month end flows, tend to be dollar positive, especially in this environment where you're seeing some volatility in equities. So I don't know. Me myself. If I see some strong data, I think it is going to move the dollar, and I think it's also going to put a little bit of downside pressure on gold. And the one thing I should say about gold is, gold, I think, is on, it's giving us that, up on an escalator, down on an elevator, but we've only come down a floor or two on gold. I still think gold's got some downside, and the price action suggests that too, because the bounces have been very shallow. So anyway, just some initial thoughts as we go into CPI today.
Well, let me ask Shy. Shy, is there anything that could move the needle here on the two expected rate cuts?
Well, I think if we come in extra hot, I think that we would see that December rate cut maybe come down some percentage points, depending on how hot it comes in. If it comes in cooler than expected, then all systems go, and rate cuts galore. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think we're going to see housing is going to be good for inflation, meaning I think it'll push inflation down because we are seeing more mortgage rates lower, housing prices a little bit lower. So that's going to help. And we have seen subdued oil prices. They're bouncing now, but this is September data. We had lower oil prices, so the energy portion of the CPI will also help kind of keep a cap on inflation, even though the Fed doesn't count housing or energy in their metric. But, I think those two areas will at least keep a cap on it a little bit. What are your thoughts, Blake?
I think rates are going to stay. They're going to continue to come down. One of the other things about the Fed is the Fed's playing defensive right now. I mean, we're what day are we in on a government shutdown, and it looks like it's going to extend through the end of the month at least. And so I think just to keep President Trump off their back, I think that they're just going to just continue on with these quote unquote insurance cuts, if you will. So and yeah, I think it in turn will help the market. It's going to help the market. It's going to help the home buyers. I just don't. I think it's also going to keep the market running a little bit hot from an inflation point of view. There's a lot to be said, and I'm sure there's a huge discussion to be had, and I'm sure you guys have had it here about tariff rates and the ongoing the one-offs, if you will, with price pressures, and I'm wondering how long that's going to persist. I think the one off is going to end up being like a two off or a three off or a four off type of thing, because we're getting so many different tariff increases from different countries in so many different regions and countries, that I think that the price pressures are not going to be a one off type of thing. It's going to end up, kind of being steady over the next probably couple quarters.
So, Blake, you mentioned the U.S. dollar. I mean, U.S. dollar again is strong again today. When does this become problematic, or does it?
I don't know if it becomes problematic. I think it might be problematic for positioning. Still, if you look at like CFTC positioning, speculators or hedge funds, fast money, if you will, still happens to be very, very short dollars. Most traders and most banks are still targeting 120 plus in the euro dollar by year end. And so I think that positioning is still a little rich. So if we come in with a hotter CPI, that's why I think if we get a hot CPI number today, even in line or maybe a couple ticks higher or a tick higher on the core month over month, we could actually see the dollar respond. And then it gets a little, you start looking technically, you get below 115 in the euro, you're probably looking at 113 and a half. You get below 113 and a half, you're looking at 110 again. So that's when people that are late or have expectations of the euro going to 120 start looking at going into year end with a trade not working really in their favor. Then on top of that, if gold continues to weaken, I think the dollar gold correlation, which has been dead for a while, I think that comes back into the spotlight. So stronger dollar means weaker gold, in other words.
And I kind of want to just flip the conversation. We'll get back to CPI in a minute, but I want to talk about what's going on in the yen because, it's had quite the slide over this last month. So what's going on there, and what does this affect as far as markets are concerned? And does BOJ step in at any point?
That's a good question. I actually got long dollar yen earlier this week when it broke above the 152.20 level. I'm actually gonna stay long going into the data. And I got my stops at break even already. But with the new Japanese government and the coalitions that are being formed, I mean. Takahashi is looked at as Abe version 2, 2.0, if you will. I don't think that I think that's kind of an extreme label to slap on her. But the way that fiscal is going to work with Japan, I think that the risk is that the yen continues to weaken. Here's the big rub though with that trade in particular. One of the sensitivities that the dollar yen or the yen has is to not only to what's happening in rates here in the U.S. and we've seen dollar yen a little, or excuse me, yields a little weaker as fixed income's been a little stronger, pushing right into resistance earlier this week, both on the 10 and the 30s. But what I'm mostly fearful, especially in my trade, this is being short yen, long dollars, short yen, long. I mean, if you even look at the euro yen is at all-time highs. It's quietly consolidating at all-time highs right now. So that picture changes and can change if we see a reversal in risk, and that means if we see equity markets come off. I mean, I know we're all looking at the S&Ps right at all-time highs. You got most U.S. equity indices still, very, 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 very strong. But if that reverses course for any reason, we could see yen strength. We saw it a couple of weeks ago. I happened to be traveling at the time in Nashville, but when President Trump, made his announcements on tariffs and China, the yen actually strengthened. So that gave us a little bit of a glimpse on how the yen would respond in a risk off, quote unquote, risk off type of environment. And so that's the only thing that really worries me. We have all there really is no reason to be long yen other than that. And that other than that is, it's if you've been trying to bet against the U.S. equity markets in recent years, you found yourself on the wrong side of the market. So, but at some point we are going to see a pullback. We are probably going to see a stronger move lower in equities, but I don't know if that time is right now either.
So, just to remind everybody, we focus on futures here, and the yen is in the numerator, and the U.S. dollar is in the denominator. So, when Blake, quotes it the other way, I had to think for a second. But just looking at a daily chart in the yen U.S. double bottom right now, forming with potential breakthrough to the downside, at least from a technical point of view. I just wanted to point that out. Blake, me and Shai yesterday were talking about the Aussie dollar. Give us your take on Aussie dollar.
The Aussie is a little scary to me because and I forgot that you guys are all I forget you guys are all futures based. I should have been looking at this at the 6J. Maybe we could look at the 6A at the Aussie. But as far as the Aussie goes, one of the things that I'm most fearful about the Aussie is it has not done well, and for a number of reasons why it should have. First of all, Australia's economy over like New Zealand, you've seen the cross rates for us spot traders. The Aussie Kiwi has just been on a rampage, but the Aussie dollar has yet to really reciprocate to where it's normally rallying when you have a risk on environment. So when you have stocks moving higher, you have gold moving higher, precious metals, and even the announcement from President Trump trying to secure all of these
The mineral deals.
yes, thank
Yeah.
you very much. Sorry, it is still 4 o'clock in the morning over here. And all the mineral deals with Australia, it failed to give us a real boost. And I thought that the Aussie dollar would reciprocate. It's been a tough, in other words, it's been a tough long. And my biggest fear as an FX trader that really I do focus a lot on the Aussie is if it can't rally in this current environment, what happens if the environment changes? And that's a again, it's more of a question like going back to the yen. If we start to see risk recede a little bit, if the dollar does strengthen, and you take a currency like the Aussie that just has not done well, I think the risk might be lower. And I've been trying to trade it on the long side. It has been a very, very frustrating trade. Technically speaking, these are the levels you should be long. It's sitting, if you look at the spot market on the Aussie US dollar, I don't know if the 6A is the same, but we've just been sitting on the 200 DMA. Like every time
Yeah.
we touch it, we bounce. And but it's not bouncing very much. And so if the dollar does, pull a rabbit out of its hat and it starts to really give us a counter trend rally, I'm fearful that the Aussie could trade a little bit lower here. I am a buyer on bigger dips. I don't know where that's at right now. So Aussie's a bit of a quagmire to me, to be frank.
That makes sense. And then there's a headline this morning about the Swiss franc. So let's just talk about that really quick. Obviously, I mean, it's had a spectacular run, like ninth weekly gain in 10. And then we're hearing things that the SNB might intervene. So kind of what's going on with the Swiss franc and why is everybody rushing into it as a safe haven?
That's a good question, Tracy, and I wish I had a great answer for you, but I don't know. And that's been one of those. I've been trying to short Swiss francs quite a bit over the last couple of months. And matter of fact, I was just short Swiss francs literally earlier this week, and then I pulled out of it yesterday. Now, this Swiss National Bank is not how should I say, the Swiss National Bank of like 10 or 15 years ago, where they were very loud as far as intervention goes. They had a level. Some of you remember when they pulled the floor. That one cost me dearly. I think it cost, I mean, a lot of people knocked them out of the business when that happened. And I had a small position, which ended up blowing right through my stops. And so the thing about the Swiss National Bank today is a lot of people think that they are trying to support the Euro Swiss. You'd have to look at a cross rate, but the Euro Swiss at 92 cents. Now, the problem with Switzerland right now is multi-fold. One of them happens to be the safety mechanism, if you will, that the Swiss franc has. I think a lot of the turmoil in the Middle East has kept the Swiss franc relatively bid. The tariff wars that the U.S. is engaged in globally has kept the Swiss franc relatively bid. They have all that. Now the biggest problem that Switzerland has is the tariffs that are put on Switzerland are really impacting Switzerland as a country. The 35% tariff rates when you're talking about luxury good items, when you're talking about pharma, which happens to be, one of their biggest, if not their biggest industry, is really going to affect negatively Switzerland. So it's natural that the Swiss National Bank is trying to defend a level. However, the Swiss National Bank is also they're a group of really savvy market participant and traders. So my opinion is that the market sees this fictitious level at 92 cents that the Euro Swiss they're defending, which if you've looked, I actually have to pull up the chart. I'll just on my end, I'll just so I can eyeball it here. So since August of last year, they've defended that level now for the fourth time, being here over the last week. My opinion is they could let that level go, and if they're smart, if the Swiss National Bank is smart about it, and I've seen them do this on many occasions over the last 20 years, if they let the floor go, the so quote unquote floor, and they let the Swiss francs strengthen just a little bit, what that's going to do is it's going to trap a lot of traders, get them stopped out. A lot of banks, a lot of hedge funds. They're going to end up getting stopped out as the Swiss franc rallies, and then they're going to turn around and intervene. So if I was a Swiss National Bank, I'd let the floor go. I'd let it go for a good couple hours. Let everybody else get stopped out below 92 cents, and then ram that thing right back up. And I think that's what they're going to do. So when an intervention comes, I don't think it's going to come at the current level. I think it'll come if the Swiss franc just garners a little bit more strength, then they're going to sell into it. And that's the way I'm going to play it too. I've got some levels about 100 pips lower in the Euro Swiss, which I should probably look at the futures contract for the Swiss. But yeah, I think that there's a chance that we could actually strengthen a little bit in the Swiss franc before weakening, before they step into it. So that would be my opinion.
So Blake, these guys have the central bank there is notorious for low interest rates, and they'll be like, "Oh, negative? I'll double dog dare me. We'll go negative if you want."
Yeah.
Why are they persistently so much lower than everybody else?
Well, they're just trying to dissuade people from holding Swiss francs. I mean, the Swiss franc also. I guess one of the other things that I forgot to mention is, the Swiss franc is always notoriously had a strong correlation with gold, and with gold, obviously trading above 4,000, the Swiss franc is reciprocated with that strength as well. So, why do they keep rates so low? I guess because they can, and they can, the demand is so great for the Swiss franc. They can actually say, "Hey, you want to own Swiss francs? You're going to have to pay us to do so." And people, institutions are like, "Well, I'd rather pay that, quarter basis point, pay it rather than have the risk of the U.S. dollar and the volatility of the Trump administration, or hold yen and worry about political issues that are arising with Japan. I'd rather pay the premium to hold Swiss francs than to hold yen or dollars, which tend to be the safe haven currencies of choice. Now, don't forget, guys, and I know, I'm talking currencies here, but the currency market happens to be the largest market in the world, and is where most central banks and banking institutions and hedge funds and institutions globally hold a big chunk of their holdings is in currencies. And they may not want to hold dollars right now. They may not want to hold yen, which tend to be more safe haven type of currencies, and they'll pay to hold Swiss francs if they have to.
Excellent. And then we have just a couple minutes left here. So kind of going into the CPI number, what are your kind of final thoughts, and what should traders be on the lookout for?
Well, again, as far as the CPI goes, I'm not sure it's going to matter a whole lot if we get a strong data, it's probably going to knock positioning out just a little bit. And I think the risk is that the dollar could strengthen. Let me look at the 6E really quick, because I think that's one that you guys will focus on, that will give us a better view of what I'm looking at here. So the euro, I keep wanting to say pair, but contract, the 6E's got a nice, what we call a triangle consolidation. And that's good. I mean, that's good because we're probably going to see an explosive move out of it. I think if the dollar does start to strengthen, or excuse me, if the 6E starts to weaken today, following a strong number. If we do get it, I think there might be some follow through as we head into month end. We get into month end, you're going to have a month end corporate dollar buying, which is in essence negative euros, and then I think that's one you got to pay attention to, and also the 6J, which would be yen. If we do see some strong data, strong CPI, then we're going to see a reversal of or a continuation of yen weakness as the market consumes the idea that the new Japanese government is going to be bearish for the yen, if you will. So that's what I'm looking at as far as currencies go, and as far as the market goes, I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, like on the S&P and gold. All I would really care about is gold defending 4,000. I mean, if for whatever reason gold gives up 4,000, I think there's a whole truck ton of stops sitting below that level that are just itching to get taken out by the market. So
Awesome stuff. Blake, thank you so much for waking up early. I know you're early bird anyway, but being here with me and Shai this morning on a Friday, I appreciate you, man, as usual. We're going to pop your X handle into the chat. Pip Czar. Blake, thank you so much for being with us.
it's my pleasure. You guys are rock stars over here at NinjaTrader Live. All of you do such a great job. So thanks for having me, and I'll see you, and have a great CPI release, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right.
All right, all right. I love that guy.
I know he's so great.
And he's so prepared. He knows he's so prepared and he's so chipper.
He is.
Anyway, well, let's prep for some data here. Let's get Craig in here, Mr. Shapiro. How are you, Craig?
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Trace.
Good morning.
Are you ready?
Data is back. Yeah, data is back. First time in 25 days or whatever it is, and we get the CPI in 4 minutes. And I'd say just kind of surveying around, people don't seem to be all that concerned that this is going to be a particularly large market moving event. I'd say I think there's large expectations for in line 3.1% core, 3.1% headline. Fed's going to cut rates in October and again in December. Volatility is pretty sanguine. 1 day volatility into this CPI print is about as low as we've seen for a CPI print, at least in the last several years. So it seems like markets are fairly complacent, which probably means if we get a particularly large outsized move in the CPI away from consensus, whether it's 0.5 on the month over month or 0.2, maybe we can get a larger than expected move here in risk. But right now, people don't seem to be all that concerned this is going to be a narrative shifting event.
Yeah, I looked at bonds this morning, and this is the last two sessions we sold off, and this is not an unusual pattern is from a general point of view, but a lot of times it's almost like bonds get a sneak peek of the number and they kind of move ahead of time. I'm sure that that's been kept under wraps by everybody, but is this telling us anything here with bond prices going down and yields maybe picking up a little bit over the last couple of days?
Yeah, look, I think you get some position squaring into the event, right? We've talked about bonds rallying for the last couple of weeks here without government data, and so I think that now you're about to get some data, probably just get some relief of some of that positioning. But look, I think if we do get a hotter than expected CPI print today, you are going to start to see yields move higher, particularly at the front end. In 2 years, probably going to move a bit. I'd expect actually the curve to flatten. I don't think the long end yields would move as much as the front end here, but yeah, I think we're getting some squaring into the into this print here.
Yeah, Tracy, did you see Brent, the Black Lions? He was like, nothing to see here, folks, this morning. Tweet.
I did not see that. But just adding to the bond issue that Craig was talking about, we do have forward estimates of inflation aren't actually that encouraging. We have 1 year zero coupon inflation swaps hovering above 3%. And so if this oil price spike kind of continues higher, I think that will also put pressure on the front end, and we'll see yields move higher.
Well, not only that, I mean, boots on the ground, it's, food, electricity, everything is, we know that things are expensive and they keep getting more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question is, is the Fed going to change the trajectory of what it's going to do with respect to monetary policy, right? And right now, people feel very comfortable that we're getting this rate cut next week and we're getting one in December. And so if we get a warm print here with some oil price momentum following through, then you'll start to cast some doubt about that December cut. That's how yields in the front end move higher. We'll see. It's unclear how the Fed's going to react, but we'll learn next week when they have their meeting.
And we should get data here in about 10 seconds.
All right.
We'll do it live.
All right.
We're doing it live.
All right, so CPI came in softer than expected at 0.3%. Core came in softer than expected at 0.2%. These are both month over month. Year over year, also softer than expected at 3.0% on both. Expectation was 3.1.
New head of the BLS in there, so we get the softer than expected data maybe. I don't know. Trump was tweeting about how great the stock market was this morning. But look, yeah, this seems like a print that folks are going to feel pretty comfortable with. I'll have to go through some of the guts here. But, 0.2% on core.
Obviously, we saw the ES just ripped.
Yeah, we're
very
tracking
excited about that.
Yeah, we're making new highs, folks. 68.28 as we speak. It's incredible. NASI is at 25,518. Nasdaq's bouncing all over the place. Russell's up 1.82%. Dow's only up 0.55%.
10-year ripped also.
Let's go to the 10-year. That's a good point. Let's check that out. By the way, I think Trump or somebody said to buy GM and Ford yesterday. And that track record's been pretty damn good.
Well, Chris Wright said to buy oil, earlier this week, and lo and behold, it's up 8% since he said that on Fox.
Oh my God! Yeah. So
I would say so.
Yeah. Go ahead, Craig.
No, so far I'd say you're getting the reaction you would expect from a softer than expected print here. Bonds rally, dollar weak, stocks making new highs, Bitcoin rallying, gold moving higher. So yeah, this seems so far as the reaction we expect from this softer than expected print. Have to go through the guts here, but look, we're at 100% chance of a cut for next week, and we're already at 90% plus chance of a cut for December. So you're not really going to get much from the Fed than is already priced. But with the Fed meeting next week, big cap earnings next week, and Trump Xi meeting next week, still a lot of potential catalysts coming up. But right now, markets feel pretty good about this number.
So Shai, this is the September data, right? So in theory, let's say the government workers go back to work tomorrow. We're going to get another print in 3 weeks for the current month, right?
Yeah, going into this number, there were some kind of data quality questions due to the government shutdown, which, delayed collection, publication of some of the price data. And so we'll see going forward, but, we'll have to see what October brings. If it's, better data, I'll have to dig into the weeds of what it all looks like and the breakdown of, where we were actually seeing weakness, if it was really dependent on shelter and energy, and maybe goods prices were higher. So again, I'll dig into the weeds about that. And if I see anything interesting, I'll put it in the chat.
Shai, last thoughts for you. Do you have any concern that, we'll get too politicized here and then the rate cuts get too aggressive and something breaks?
Well, I would not be surprised that happened. I'm sure that right as we speak, I would expect Trump to post something on Truth Social about how we need a 100 basis point cut because inflation came in softer. So we'll have to see what happens.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, all right. Well, we'll see how the markets react for the rest of the day going forward here, and maybe we'll start getting data. I don't know. It doesn't sound like the Feds are going to go back to work anytime soon, though.
Absolutely.
All right, all right. All right. Any last second thoughts, Shy?
Stay safe out there. I'll put anything interesting I see from the breakdown of the CPI in the chat. Otherwise, I will be in the chat anyway. And happy Preservation Friday with Axe.
Thanks, Shy. Great seeing you as usual. I will chat with you later on today. Craig, I want to ask you the same question, but let's bring before I do it is Capital Preservation Friday, and we have to bring Pax into the show, so let's get him in there. No, no, no. What? That was not what
Hey,
I meant.
Jimmy, I know, I'm just kidding.
That's
But
what
it
I
was funny.
meant. I mean, it's that. Listen, I was saying this on from Wednesday night forward, how Fridays used to be the day where it's like, ah, one more day and it's the weekend, martini o'clock. I'm starting it early. Let's just
Martini
get through
o'clock.
Friday. And then I met this young man named Arthur, aka Pax. And I was like, all right, Friday's now where it's at. I can't wait to be here on a Friday. This is the best day of the week now. So thanks for being here, buddy.
Oh, you're welcome. And what an interesting day. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. There was in the last couple of days in the indices, there were a lot of there was a lot of buying. Obviously, I mean, I don't know if it's obvious, but if you're watching the dome, you can see there were 1,000 lots all the way down this week in the mid 620, 630 or 6720, 6730 area. Somebody just kept coming in and buying 1,000 lots, and the way that they were buying them to me had indicated that they were fresh positions. Somebody was getting long. If you're covering, usually you don't see the cover. Usually they just they're not going to put a resting 1,000 lot but you saw it over and over and over again. I tweeted about it the other day, and now we're just we're screaming higher. Oh gosh, my domes are up, and we're screaming higher. There is I don't know, is that a surprise? We just tested one of the levels, one of the macro levels, Jimmy, that we have talked about a long time, 68.37. 68.38 is the macro zone. We just ran right up to it and kind of failed. So I don't know, I don't know what to do with this.
I mean, Craig, is this a case of, I mean, who cares about earnings or anything else?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's been a while since we've gotten data. Obviously, people wanted to feel comfortable that the Fed's trajectory for cuts, was assured. And so when you get an inflation print like this, that let's say the members of the Fed that were more concerned about inflation probably have to get even quieter now. So it's good. Obviously locks in, the cut next week, most likely locks in a cut, for December, which was already largely priced. It's going to make people feel, very comfortable about an interest rate cutting cycle that is coming. But we know that the economy, is not great, right? Outside of AI CapEx cycle, things are not terrific. And so we still have to worry about labor market momentum decelerating and deteriorating from here. And we're just not getting that kind of data. But for now, I think stocks are reacting to this vol move lower that we've seen kind of all week, and really since the 10th of when Trump made his threats to China. But again, next week is very important. I mean, we get all the big tech earnings. Yeah. We get the Fed. We're going to get the Fed meeting, and we're going to get the Trump Xi meeting on Thursday morning. And so, look, I mean, is there going to be a deal? Is there not going to be a deal? What does that deal entail? You can see how the market reacts. Every time the word China is threatened or talked about, whether it's a newspaper article or from the president himself. And so markets are a bit fragile. And so if we don't get that trade deal next week, or if we get an acceleration of tariffs, we'll be back into the same nonsense again. So it's here we're making strong moves here off of into a Friday. Now that vol can come down again for the weekend, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like this is the breakaway move, into all that data next week.
So let me ask you, Craig. I mean, my worry is like, all right, first of all, I didn't think a meeting was going to happen. It looks like a meeting is going to happen, and they have their meeting. After the meeting, they shake hands, they take pictures, and they say, "Oh, we made all of these deals. We're going to do all this great stuff together. China's great, USA's great." and then you go forward, and these deals never really materialize, right? Or they change materially in how they were presented. That's been the pattern so far, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah, if you go back to December of 2018, there was a Trump-Xi meeting in Argentina at the IMF meetings, and there was a run-up of risk assets into that meeting. And then on the meeting day, there was an announcement of some great deal, and stocks reacted incredibly well that first day. And then the subsequent 3 weeks, if everyone remembers December 2018, it was a nightmare. And part of the reason it was a nightmare is because China came out and basically said, yeah, maybe we'll do this deal, right? The reaction from the China is always going to be different than the reaction from Trump. And so, they said they were going to buy a lot of soybeans then. They wound up not doing it. They wound up not honoring the deal. So again, I think the administration is going to signal that some great deal has been reached. The reality is probably that, it's really just going to be more about an extension here. But the more interesting thing for me will be, how does the bond market react to the potential for a deal, but also the potential for tariffs, maybe going away, right? We also have that Supreme Court hearing in 2 weeks. So, the bond market will be, very interesting here. And if we start to lose tariff revenues because the tariff rates from China go down, or there's worries about the Supreme Court ruling, that throws some more, grain in the wheels here too. So have to keep an eye on the bond market with respect to this meeting next week.
For sure. Pax, when you were in the pit, what was a scarier day? Was it unenjoyment Friday, or was it CPI?
Unemployment was always scarier. Right before the number would come out, all you can hear was the clocks ticking. The time clock's ticking, and it was nobody on the floor would say a word, and your stomach would be full of knots and butterflies, and the number would come out, and all hell would break loose. It was just scrum. It was a scrum to get back into the pit, falling out of the pit, throwing each other out of the pit. It was amazing. It was amazingly fun. But now it's CPI, and for a while it's been CPI, and I don't know, it switches back and forth. Craig and I had a great conversation while we were in Naples a couple weeks ago, or last week, about our outlooks on the market. We share a shared vision, I think, and we're watching it execute in real time. We were trading at the quarterly pivot, my quarterly pivot at 66.58 in the S&P, and both of us agreed that the high for the year is not in, but that I'm not a rally seller. I'm not going to pick a top. But eventually we're going to run into some trouble. And when we run into some trouble, it's going to be fast and furious, and it's going to be tough. And keeping an eye on the bond market, I think, is what's going to instruct us. I heard Tracy say that the 10-year ripped. I didn't see the 10-year rip. I saw it go bid. I saw it catch a bid, but it's not really running anywhere. And the 30-year is not, still a point, almost a point off of its high of the week at 119.19. So the 30-year really isn't doing anything. It's caught a little bit off the lows, but just kind of sitting there while both the S&P and the Nasdaq ripped to new all-time highs, at least overnight. I want to see those highs tested during the day. I suspect that they won't be, but I don't know. This is going to be a day. This is going to be a day, in 45 minutes when we're trading the open. This is going to be a day where I'm not going to want to spend money. This is not going to be a day where I'm looking to spend any dough, because I have no clarity as to what the market is going to do. I think the market has already tried to do what it was going to do, and now it chops around. Maybe it finds some momentum, but it's not going to be an easy momentum trade. I'm not going to sell rallies and buy dips either. This is going to be interesting. I mean, it's who knows what it's going to do, but we're not going lower right now. And a lot of people are going to be picking tops here, especially because we're going to gap higher. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, checking out the VIX right now, Craig, I'm tracking 16.64. I might be a little delayed on my data.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at front month November at basically 1850, which is kind of through. It's lower now than it was on October 9th, right before Trump made the tweets about China. So look, I think today's number is not really a driver per se of the narrative, going forward, right? I think it's important for today. People were positioned for today. It's also Friday, so plenty of options, weekly options across every stock again. So we're gonna have a massive options day across, all single name equities and across all the indices and all the ETFs, and so that's important. But really, the inflation story has kind of been put to the sideline here a bit. No one expects, inflation to really, rip roar away from here. And it's really more a question of, what's the Fed's reaction function. So I think next week we are going to shift to the narrative again to, okay, what is big cap tech earnings and the AI CapEx cycle really looking like? How profitable has it been? How is the Fed going to signal for cuts beyond the end of this year? And most importantly, where are we on the Trump Xi China talks, right? This weekend, Besant is in Malaysia having talks with his counterparties. We'll get a readout from him. We'll get a readout from the Chinese side, and we'll understand kind of the setup into these meetings. I think, interestingly, overnight, the China said that Xi is going to Korea and that he is meeting with foreign leaders. He didn't mention Trump by name. So, the Trump administration said that meeting's on the calendar. I guess we'll have to wait and see if it really if it happens. They'll obviously both be there at the same time. But look, is it going to be a long 3-hour meeting where they really hash things out, or is it going to be a quick meet and greet and they, agree to kind of table this for 90 days? We'll see. But those are, I think, the issues, really for next week. I think CPI is kind of this one-day thing, and we'll keep it moving next week.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm China, I'm going to be like, hey, well, let's stall this thing out until this Supreme Court thing settles out, and it's not going to settle out on the 5th, as you pointed out earlier, Craig. It's going to take a couple of weeks for opinions and stuff to happen.
Yeah, I think China has shown that it has a lot of leverage here with the rare earth export controls, and it's really been able to slow down the pace of growth in the U.S. and clearly has pissed off the administration because it has negative impacts, and I'm sure Trump's been getting plenty of calls from the industry about how this has become a problem. But can the U.S. really afford to ratchet up tariffs on China to 100+%? We saw what happened in April when they threatened to do that. Even Trump himself kind of has already backwalked and said, yeah, it's not sustainable for China, but really it's not sustainable for the U.S. to put those tariffs up. China's done a great job diversifying its exports, and so probably feels more comfortable saying, if you want to put tariffs on, go ahead. We'll ratchet them up too, and we'll have this trade war, and we'll see what happens. Clearly, what happened in April was the administration backed down pretty quickly to the ratcheting up of that rhetoric from China. So if they want to do it again, I think we'll get a similar reaction. But I think what's more likely to happen is we'll get some sort of pause in the trade war, whatever that means. But no deal. And then we're faced with, well, what does the economy really look like? And we're going to still have this deceleration of labor market momentum. We're probably going to still have, the AI CapEx story into year end, but, big cap tech earnings next week will determine how profitable has this spending been and what is the outlook. So again, I think this is, next week's a crucial week for the setup into the year end, whether or not we just kind of go and have the Santa Claus rally early, or do we have a check back here into November expiry, into Thanksgiving, because of some concerns about, we've come a long way, and we've run out of gas a little bit here. So we'll see.
Yeah. Pack Santa Claus rally, yes or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. 6980 in the S&P, 25,907 in the Nasdaq. Yeah.
You've got it mapped out already, brother.
I do. Whether or not the market cooperates is a completely different thing. I'm not going to trade my opinion. If we open up today and we break, I'll be short. And if the market gives us runners, I'll stay short. But my opinion, or I like to say my guess, because everybody's got every trader has got their opinions and their lines on a chart and their targets and things. But yeah, I think we go to 6980, and then that will be the moment of truth. And if we extend higher, the extreme on the upside would be in the S&P would be like 73 even. So if we can get above 6980, 7,000, then we can see 7,300. The Nasdaq can get above 25,907. We can see 27,500. That would be on the extreme move. But and I'll leave it to Craig. Craig has got such a great handle on the macro, and on the reasons why. But technically speaking, I think we run into an awful lot of trouble up there, and then we start to sell off. And we talked a lot about Paul Tudor Jones a couple of weeks ago did a piece, or did a spot on CNBC where he talked about how this reminds him of 1999, in the Nasdaq, and me too. it reminds me, if you look at a daily S&P chart and compare that to a daily S&P chart or a daily Nasdaq chart, 1999, 2000, it looks very similar, and going into the end of the year, I think we get that kind of a rally. And then beginning of January, we'll start to see a sell-off, and then, let's see if that continues to accelerate. But take a look at what we did in January, the first trading day of 2000. The Nasdaq broke 15% that week, turned around and rallied 18%, 20%, made a new all-time high. We went from 3,800 in the Nasdaq to 3,200, made a high in March of 4,882, and within 2 years we were 87% lower. We went from 4,882 to 790. Be careful buying dips in that case. I don't think we get an 85% break, but we do break, and we do break hard. And I think, I think 2026 is going to be that, and we'll have to see the reasons. We'll see the reasons why. But gold has been a great trade the last couple of days, or the last few weeks, or since 2019. Gold has been a great trade from 2018, 19 has been a hell of a trade. And if you're paying attention to the levels and you're focusing on what the market is doing at that moment, you can protect yourself and you can take a lot out of it. Gold is where the momentum is. Gold is where the trade is. If you protect yourself and you know your outs, if you know where you're going to get out for an expense or for a loss, and you know where you're going to get out for profit, you know where you're going to add to your position, you've got a tradable market right there. Right now, it's not the indices, unless you're just looking for these 15-handle swings in the S&P from the opening range that we'll talk about closer to the open, or you're talking about the 65-handle swings in the Nasdaq from the opening range either. Then you can trade those 15-handle, 65-handle swings, and that'll put a lot of money into your pocket. But don't look for too much outside of that, and you need to manage your expenses very tightly. Otherwise, you're running the risk of trying to be a hero. And heroes wind up zeros in this business. Don't be a hero. Just take some money, bank it, live below your means. Don't go buy supercars like an asshole. Just take it easy and keep building. Keep building. Maximize your profitability in whatever market you trade.
I have a Honda Passport. That's all I'm going to say. That's what I drive.
Those aren't so bad looking, actually.
I don't care how it looks. I have fit the groceries in the trunk, and I could carry my bikes around. That's all. It works.
I like nice cars, but I'm not driving a supercar.
No, I gotcha. But on the gold note, Craig, so you've seen the trend in gold forever. What do we're right now, what are we trading? In the futures, we're trading at 40.94, $4,094 right now in the December contract. What are you kind of forecasting out in the out months and out years here?
Yeah, look, I think we've been talking about gold for forever here, and the structural story is really not, it's not disrupted. But I think gold and precious metals broadly kind of got tied into, some of the risk asset euphoria over the last, couple months on this vol suppression story, right? Look at the correlation of quantum computing stocks with gold, and crypto with gold, and precious metals, and AI capex, AI power stocks, and rare earths. It's kind of all got correlated together as this, I don't know, it's almost seemed like this kind of last chase for, upside, here to kind of squeeze everything out of the market, while NVIDIA, kind of grinded higher, but people were looking for catch-up trades. And so I think some of that froth has come out. And if you look at this gold, this gold move that we've had, it kind of seems a little bit like a blow-off, here. And so same for palladium, same for platinum, same for silver, same for quantum, same for crypto, same for rare earths. All these things kind of look like, look like charts. The charts to me look like what happened in March of 2000 already. For those names, right? They've already had their blow-offs. Now, I think gold has a structural story that I still love here. This transition of global reserves out of U.S. Treasuries and into gold. So I think the fundamental story for gold is great. But I am concerned about some of this late money arrival here that has kind of been blown off, and it's being blown off in other speculative areas of the market. And so I think we'll probably see some rotation, continued rotation out of precious, out of these spec areas, maybe into Nasdaq, maybe into the best stories, the NVIDIAs again, the kind of the safety trade of the Mag 7. And so I don't suspect we're going to see a broadening out of a risk asset rally. I think we're going to see a narrowing back of the risk rally here into the end of the year, as folks kind of have to think about all these risks that are out there for 2026.
Oh, great point about gold and silver blow off tops. That those are really the definition of. I mean, those are really the definition of an old fashioned blow off top. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, and in the names too. There's a lot of risk out there, and the fact that we're making all time highs, we're going to open at them in the S&P is sketchy. It's sketchy, but I still think that we're going to try to chop higher, which means I'm going to preserve and protect my capital. I'm not here to catch every wiggle, Craig. And Jimmy, I'm not here I'm not, especially this point in my career. I mean, I'm not trading for active income anymore, but I'm not here anymore and no, none of us should be here to try to constantly catch every wiggle on a chart, and to be part of every move. You can't be. You've got to protect your money, protect your money, protect your money, and then you're going to catch a move like the beginning of the year when the S&P went from 61.66 to 48.34, and you maximize that as best you can. You maximize the days like last week while we were in Florida together, we had, Wednesday, Thursday gave us great process-based trades back and forth. And a couple of times this week, you maximize that and then you leave the rest. There's an old saying, take what you want, leave the rest. That's it. Leave the rest. You don't need to be part of it. Capital preservation is going to be the key to your whole entire life. Talking about supercars, Warren Buffett drives an old, well, I don't think he drives very much anymore, but he drove an old ass Cadillac for decades, an old Cadillac. I mean, I got to take a page out of him. I drive a new BMW, but still, I don't go blowing money on things that are worth less. Because I'm telling you, if this stuff falls apart, and really we have a huge break, we come into a stagflationary kind of a recessionary period. People are going to be selling those things, and you're stuck with them. Believe me. I speak from experience. Nobody's going to want a $25,000 Rolex when
That's
they're
funny.
all need to sell them.
Back in the early '80s, when a new young bond trader, it was started making it, they would go out and buy the Cadillac Cimarron. That was the car of success
Yeah,
back.
remember those? Yeah,
Remember that?
yeah. That had a Maserati engine or something, didn't it?
Oh
It's
my
funny.
God.
That is very funny. Yeah, the old caddy. Yeah. That was a convertible. It was a
Oh,
soft
yeah.
top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
those were cool cars. The old Cadillac with the Maserati engine.
Craig, I want to pivot for a second real quick because I haven't asked you this question yet today. Bitcoin looks like it's back risk on right now. We're up about 0.88% on the October futures. Remember, this is a monthly contract, everybody, on kind of small volume, only 28,000. Ether up 2.69%, 80,000. Ripple up 3% at about 15,000 contracts traded. Is this, we seem to be stuck sideways and maybe even leaning to the downside here on the Bitcoin. Does that change at all?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the reaction from crypto is, it's not as euphoric on this print as you normally would have thought. If I look at just across the board here, I mean, the dollar, initially weakened after this print and is kind of, grinding back here a little bit too. Bonds, rallied, they're grinding back too here. So I think we're settling in here a bit to more of a range, but the Bitcoin crypto story is one about liquidity being added rapidly and, a risk asset, flavor and fervor, into the end of the year here. So again, I think next week is a pivotal week. We kind of have to get through next week, gracefully, right? We need to hear from the Fed that the cutting cycle is on and assured, even though there's no government data. We need to hear from big cap tech earnings coming through swimmingly. And look, the first reactions from Netflix, not as great. Texas Instruments, I know that's not Mag 7, but not as good. Tesla, not as good, although stock, finished better. We'll see how the big cap earnings. And then again, just this China story, it needs to be put behind us, right? We need to have clarity on, are we going to get a tariff increase? Are we going to get status quo? Or are we going to get some deal where tariffs come off? And so, I guess it's not a surprise here that Bitcoin's kind of still trading in this range. Uptober was canceled, I guess. We'll have to wait for Moonvember, maybe. Look, the seasonals for Bitcoin are very good fourth quarter here. But the fact that it's been basically, range bound now back to May, I think is concerning here for crypto crypto bulls like myself or Bitcoin bulls like myself, I'd like to, see. But, again, next week, crucial week. And I think that'll really set the tone for, the trading environment for the rest of the year.
Got it. Yep, that makes sense. We'll see how it goes. I finally caved and bought some Bitcoin earlier this year. Everybody was giving me a hard time for that. So we need a rally.
I don't know, Jimmy. I think Bitcoin could be basing here for a rally. I think Bitcoin can be basing between the ranges are just so damn big, but between 109 and 111.
I know. My line in the sand for the October contract anyway is 108,500. So 108,500. And so as long as we're above that, I got hope. I hope. So in any event, Craig, I didn't mention, man, it was great meeting you, hanging out with you this weekend.
Same.
I have not mentioned it all week. I feel embarrassed for not doing that.
No, it was great. It was a great time being with the team and meeting everybody, and everyone down here in Naples was terrific. So appreciate that, and look forward to many more soirees, whether they're here or in Chicago or wherever the journey brings us.
It really was a blast.
You don't have to send me an invitation more than once.
Yeah, me either. I'll be there in a minute and a half. I'll walk there if I have to. Craig and I had a conversation at Tony's club.
Yeah.
That it was just he and I talking with Tanya. Tanya was sitting next to us, just listening, and I felt like that was a conversation that everybody should have been around us listening to. It was really, really, really good. It was really valuable to try to get to know everybody. And I think that, I mean, not only did we have a lot of fun, and Jimmy, you and I laughed our asses off a lot, but it was valuable to get together with such a talented group of young people and to learn from them. I mean, I'm constantly learning, and it's, learning from them was a lot of fun. And then of course, just, getting to know Craig and getting to know you in person. I couldn't believe how much you looked like yourself. You looked exactly.
It was the best quote of the day. Like, what, Jim? You look just like Jim. Anyway, well, listen, Craig, thanks so much for being here with us. We had a great week this week. You have plans for the weekend?
AAU basketball tournament for my 12-year-old. So
fun.
We'll be in
Fort
Lauderdale. For sure. We'll be in Fort Lauderdale for the weekend. It should be a good time.
All right. Remember your Ricky Bobby. Don't come in first. You came in last. Anyway. All right, Craig, man, thank you so much. Look forward to have a great weekend. I will talk to you later today and see you Monday.
See you, Craig.
Sounds good. Take care, Pax.
Engineer Bear wants to have it. Engineer Bear, we have Charleston on our radar screen for an event. I don't know when it's going to happen. We do have it, and my backyard's always open for a barbecue. It's just the gates. You just make sure you close the gates so the dog doesn't run out. But you're always welcome in the backyard barbecue.
Do you have a sign back there that says it's martini o'clock?
I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think I need a sign. Oh my God. And I'm having it early today because I have, we did a giveaway for the 150,000 subscriptions. And by the way, everybody, thank you for the subscriptions and the thumbs up. We love you guys. Thank you so much for that. You get a cocktail hour with me one-on-one, and me and Gene Barr, we have our set for today. But guess what, Pax? It starts at 1:00 my time.
How great is that? Well, we're old. Cocktail hour used to be 5. It's now 1. How about that? That's how old we are. And then the early bird special is going to be 4:00. No matter how much money you got, you're still going for the early bird special. That's why you have it. That's hilarious.
Me and Mrs. Keggs will go out every once in a while down to Charleston's great. Has great restaurants, as Paulie reminds me. That's one of the things it's really known for. These great chefs and these great restaurants come here. I will never make a reservation past like 6:30. Forget about it. That's too late.
Me too. Me too. The other night when we last Wednesday or Thursday when we had our first dinner in Naples, it was amazing how crowded that joint was at like 5:00, 6:00. Anthony said that 8:00 is Naples midnight. I never heard that. That made me laugh. 8 or 9:00 is Naples midnight. Everybody's in the feathers. They're gone. They're gone. Would you like coffee? Oh no, thanks. I'll be going to sleep.
I don't remember in my lifetime laughing as hard as I laughed hanging out with you.
Oh, felt like I've known you for I've said this before on the stream, but I mean, when we were together, it felt like I've known you my whole life. It was just so much fun.
It's great fun, great fun. Well, we're gonna get the rest of the community involved in some of these going forward here. So looking forward to
Oh,
that.
I hope so.
So what are
I
you
hope
seeing?
so.
What are you seeing in the book right now? We're seeing settling down a little bit. I'm seeing some, 30, 40, 50 prints in the bid and offers.
There's a thousand. There's a thousand lot offered at 68.19, and if that gets filled, there'll be more thousand in the S&P. There'll be more thousand lots behind it. I don't think that those are. I don't believe that the thousand lots that have been shown are spoofs. I think that they're fillable, and I think that we will see 68.19. The market usually trades to the size, but we're going to open above or around the old all-time high, which was, depending on what you're looking at in the S&P, was 68, either '08, which was the RTH all-time high, or 68.12, and change, which was the extended hours high. And usually when that happens, I think everybody wants to sell it, and the fact that we're gapping, and so people are going to try to sell it. Oh, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't have any clarity as to what the market is trying to do. I do like the high. I think the S&P is trading up to 68.37. That's a level that you and I have been talking about on the shows. 68.38 is the level that we've been talking about now. It's a swing. It's a swing level.
Oh,
And
I have it. I have that at Pax Land on my chart, and I'm looking at the wick right now. It was perfect.
yeah, right to it. Yep. Yeah, and so it's accomplished its goal. Or its near goal. So now what? Now what? When I have a question as to now what, I don't want to spend any money in it. But I'm gonna showcase the mini micro spread this morning. So I've got
Okay.
on the charts, I have these are the you see this dome is the E mini contract, which is now the big contract. That's so,
Okay.
so funny. And this is the micro contract. When I was on the floor and trading the Nasdaq, if I would have sent any of the traders that I had backed, you got to listen. Take it easy. You're getting killed. Go trade the minis. Oh, Pax, don't make me trade the minis. It was like a demotion to trade the minis.
Yeah.
Now the minis are the big contract. I think that's kind of crazy. But anyway, so we're going to do that. And, Anthony and I were talking about it on Monday, and I think it's hard to kind of follow unless you're seeing it. So I will trade a little bit. I'm going to trade
Okay.
2 lots in the minis, and I'm going to trade out in 20 lot micros. So I'll trade in with 2 lots, and I'll trade out with 20 lot micros.
Got it.
So if I sell 2 at 16, which I'm only saying that because we're trading there. If I sell 2 at 16, the market goes 16 offer, trades down to the pay line. I'm going to pay for my trade with 5 micros. I'm going to take more profit at 5 micros. So, remember, I trade out my positions in quarter units. So if I sell a 4 lot, I'll buy one. Well, gold is ripping. If I sell a 4
Oh,
lot,
on that note, by the way, Selma is in the chat right now. Remember Selma? Awesome, awesome. We
love
met her.
Selma.
Selma writes, "What does Pax think about the equal distance swing 4209 on gold from our most recent high low?"
Selma, I'm only going to calculate equal distance swings from you know what? That's actually a very good point. So from macro zones, and the macro zone is going to be 41.46. So what the market does on the upside above that, the market will do on the downside. So the highest, I mean, I don't think we accomplished the equidistant swing. Now the equidistant swing on the daily, I haven't looked at. So 42.09, I think that would be a good spot for the market to go. So above 41.46. If gold can get above 41.46, then we'll see 42.09. I see what you're looking at, and that's a very, 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 very astute pickup. I haven't paid. To me, look at so Salma. Another point too, and anybody else that's been trading gold, a lot of people have been trading gold, and I think that's great. There are a lot of people making a lot of money. But you have to remember that you have to preserve and protect that capital. It's not that difficult to make money trading futures. In fact, anybody can do it, especially in periods of volatility. What is very difficult is keeping it and growing it. Okay. So the swing for me, because I look at gold from a more longer term standpoint. And I had so much fun, Salma, on Monday when you were long gold with me. You know, I was long from 43.11, and we both took profit at the same place at 43.90 or just in front of it because that completed the swing. That was so much fun to watch you do that in the competition, the Ninja Cup.
Yeah.
It was really so much fun. I was so proud of you too. I couldn't. I really felt like one of my daughters were doing it. I felt
Pax,
so proud of her.
you said it earlier. You know, we get to hang out with all these young traders who are spectacular, and we did. You know, Selma's in the mix now. She was awesome on the Arena Cup. By the way, there's still room for people to sign up for Arena Cup qualifier 3. Little plug there. But no, Selma was she was awesome on the show.
Oh, awesome. She's one of those young traders that has, this is gonna sound stupid, but has it, has it.
It's called Moxie.
Yeah, Moxie. Okay, yeah. You sound like a desk guy when you say that.
A desk guy? What do you mean?
I'm just kidding. I don't. Yeah, Moxie something. Confidence, certainly confidence, but a quiet confidence, a sure and steadfast belief in yourself that no matter what happens, you're going to overcome it. Not ego. There's a real difference between being supremely self-confident and being an egoist. Remember that I've used this a lot. Lenny Feldman, who was Ira Harris's mentor, and passed this on to Ira, and Ira passed it on to me. If you come to trading with a big ego and a lot of money, you will soon leave with a big ego. You will lose your money with a big ego. If you come with, I'll say it again, if you come to trading with a big ego and a lot of money, you'll soon leave with a big ego.
Yeah.
But to succeed at this, success is as light as a feather, and few are strong enough to carry it. In other words, anybody can make money trading futures, but very few people can keep it, and even less can exponentially grow it.
Yeah.
So that means that you've got to zoom out. That means that you've got to be able, you have to know how the markets work, and not just from a technical standpoint, or a fundamental standpoint, but from, just from a fun, basic standpoint. You have to know how markets move and work. What patterns do they complete, on a consistent basis? The S&P 15 handles, Nasdaq, things like that. But also, like in gold is going to move from bigger macro levels to bigger macro levels. So I'm looking to trade gold from a swing standpoint. These are the levels. These are the macro zones. 39.60, which is the biggest level that we've got on the board, except for 37.75. So 37.75, 39.60, 40.20, 40.80, 41.46, and now because of Salma, I'll be looking at 42.09. But above 41.46, now we're looking at 42.09. But above that, we're looking back at like 42.65, and then it's back up to the all-time highs. I think that we've seen a blow-off top. I think that we've, as Craig pointed out in the early part of this of our show, that we've seen, gold has made and retested that 4,400 level, which was the extreme on the upside. So now the market just bangs back and forth between these levels, and is setting up for its next swing. Whether that swing is going to be back down to the quarterly pivot at 37.75, or it's going to come back up and test 4,400. If we can get two closes above 4,400, we got another $1,000 in gold. But I think that's a long shot at this point. I would for the first time in a long time, I'd rather be short gold than long gold, at least from a swing or tradable standpoint. But I sure as shit don't want to be short gold up here anywhere near here.
And your quarterly pivot, I think, is 37.75.
37.75, and we are a long way away from that.
Yeah. I got you. But I also have 40.78, 40.40, 40.05, and 39.60 on the downside for you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, 40.78 became 40.80, but yeah, same thing. Right. And 40.20, because that was the low of this week. So 40.20 is another level that we need to pay attention to. 40.20 and change, obviously, but I don't know what the change was.
Got it.
There's a lot going on here, but where there's not a lot going on is the bonds. The bonds are right back to where we were before the number.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to pull my chart up. Keep on Pax's chart, but I'm going to look. By the way, Fib Princess is here with us. Good to see you, Tammy. Thanks for being here.
Oh, Tammy's the best. I love Tammy. Tammy, I'm looking forward to meeting Tammy face to face.
Yeah, the bonds right now are trading at 118.26.
Yeah, doing nothing.
Yeah.
As Anthony grew up saying, "God's on goal, it's doing nothing. It's doing God's." You said it too, growing up in Oak Park without him Italian. It's doing nothing. It's on a day where we ripped like crazy.
Yeah.
We're back down here. We're back down here doing nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, maybe that 1,000 lot at 19 was spoofed because now it's up to 22 and it's 2,000 on the offer. So that might be some nonsense. But we'll see. We'll see when the market opens if those are going to be good.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So listen, I mean, I think to circle back to the bonds, I think that what the bonds are telling us in this, I think everyone, a lot of traders are going to come into the indices and they're going to say this is going to be a great day. CPI, we rallied, we ripped, new all-time highs, fade it, don't fade it, trade the breakouts, do this, do that, the other thing. I think the bonds are telling us that the indices aren't going to do much. That we've made the high, we made the move, and now we just churn waiting until next week. That's what I think the bonds are saying. So again, like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm not willing to spend any money in this market. That doesn't mean I'm not going to trade. It just means that I'm going to keep my expenses very tight. I'm going to trade a lot less than what I would, in days where I say that when days where I say I'm willing to spend money, it means that I think that the market is going to do something and I'm willing to bang out some expenses and I'm okay with it. And I've got clarity as to what the market is trying to do, either on the upside, downside, or both. I know that the market is going to do something that day, and because of that, I'm willing to spend some dough in it. This is not a day I'm going to win.
Yeah. No,
I'd only trade it. I'm only going to trade it because I'm here showing you guys the mini micro spread. Otherwise, I'd probably call it a day.
no, but I agree with you. I agree with you about the messaging of the bonds. The bonds are messaging that right now, and we're on an intraday E-mini S&P chart. We have a double distribution right now with a lot of single prints because of that release. But most likely, and I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. That volume is going to fill in as we go forward here.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. Absolutely, especially as we go into next week with the Xi Trump meeting, and we got the Fed, and we, and government shutdown open, and whether that matters or not. And I mean, look at Canada. The market didn't even react to us not, ending discussions with Canada. We're at all-time highs.
Dude, I was a Fed for a few years, by the way. Back in my early hiatus, I was a Fed, and I loved the furloughs, man, because we knew we were going to get our back pay, and we had an extra couple of weeks of
Hold
vacation.
on, what kind of Fed? What kind of Fed?
I work for the. This isn't going to make any sense to you, but I work for the E-mini I work for the E-mini S&P. I work for the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency.
So does that mean that I can't lie to you?
You can
Otherwise,
lie.
I'm going to the joint.
No. Oh no, so actually it's funny you should say that. Yeah, no. I wasn't in the enforcement. They have a compliance group that says, "Hey, Pax, you're going to get in trouble if you keep doing that." And then there's the enforcement folks that says, "You know what? We warned you. We're going after you." I wasn't in the enforcement side.
Did they give you a badge? Did you have a badge?
I had a badge. I did have a badge, and I spent some time in Whiting. You mentioned the refinery up there. We had, U.S. Steel's up there. There's all sorts of Northwest Indiana is really it's an interesting place because you have Lake County there in the corner.
Yeah.
And Lake County is consistent of heavy industrial on the lake. And then in the middle is kind of like suburbia. Even for Chicago, people commute back and forth to Crown Point, Munster, those places. And in the south, it's rural. It's all farm. It's all farm. So when you have a county council meeting, you get all kinds of. It is crazy, man. It is nuts because of different opinions. But yeah, so I got to go to Whiting a lot and in those areas and do some work. It was good. It's fun.
The air smells different up there. I've got a lot of family there, and my mom's family is Croatian. A lot of them settled on the east side, and they moved to Northwest Indiana. They worked at Inland Steel. In fact, I still have cousins that work there. My brothers and I are the first generation of our family not to work at Inland Steel since my grandparents came here. Anyway, we had I hated going there because it smelled different in Northwest Indiana from Whiting from the east side, East Chicago, Indiana to Whiting to Hammond to now to Highland and Munster and the nicer areas. But man alive, still don't like.
But if you go a little further and you get some great beach communities, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, the Whiting Beach is great.
Yeah.
Whiting is a cool little town. Yeah. It's got a cool downtown. It's got the Pierogi Fest, which is interesting. My brother Pat went there this year. So, I wanted to circle back to this Fed thing.
Yeah.
If I would have known that last week, oh man, I would have had a field day. It would have it would have been fun.
So keep it in your back pocket for next time we meet.
No more Joe the Clown Lombardo stories with you. I'm afraid.
Oh my God. Well, that was a lifetime ago. This is a lifetime ago, 1987.
That's awesome.
Anyway, so what are you seeing in the tape right now? Just kind of subtle pause.
As they say on Grand Avenue, God's on goal. We're nothing. We're not doing anything. Yeah, video Starcade. Every Irish Chicago trader, or at least half Irish like me, has a brother named Pat that's a cop and a brother-in-law named Marty that's an alderman, and we have that too.
I was gonna say, what do you know about Grand Avenue? You're a South Sider, man.
I don't know. My dad had when my father had come here, they had settled on Grand Avenue, and so they were like the only Irish family on Grand Avenue. So my dad's growing up, all of my uncles, not real uncles, but his best friends were all Italian guys from Grand Avenue. And my grandfather hung out. My grandfather hung out my grandfather spent 18 months in jail. When they came to this country, he got locked up real quick. And and then when he got out of jail, he hung out at a place called Sluggers on Grand and Noble. It was a little like an old school tavern,
Mm-hmm.
and it was all bookies and loan sharks and things like that. And he was kind of a muscle. He was the muscle for those guys, and so it was always always the way that we had grown up. And then we had grown up in an Italian part of the South Side, and Italian/Croatian part of the South Side. So it was always Chicago is a city for anybody that doesn't know Chicago, it's a city of neighborhoods and ethnic neighborhoods. Grand Avenue is no longer very Italian, but Barres, right? It was all people from Bari, and Calabria, I think, on Grand Avenue, and then Taylor Street would be people from Naples and Sicily. And
well, I mean, you knew about the 1-2-3 disco, and that threw me off last time you mentioned that. So you are Mr. Citywide. I'm just going to call you Citywide.
Well, I was thinking about this last night when I got my license. My life changed. When I got my driver's license, my life changed. We used to take the bus all over the place. The L train or the bus all over the place, and it was, the city was our playground. And then when I got my license, that 1,000 was pulled. Did you see that 1,019? It canceled of close. 1,019 was pulled, and then there was 2,000 on the offer at 22. Somebody's short and playing games with it, and they were just sitting there at 1,000 at 22, and they yanked them. Yeah. So anyway, and then I went and then I started driving a truck real soon. When I was a kid, I was driving a 6-wheel dump truck or a 9-wheel dump truck around the city, and at 16 and at 17, I was driving a tractor trailer around the city, and then I was at the Merc at 18. So driving a truck as a kid, I couldn't imagine my kids driving a truck, an 18-speed 9-wheel dump truck, or a 6-speed, or actually it was a 4-speed R model Mac, around the city at 16 and 17. I can barely see them driving cars around the city, but we did. And the city was my playground. I got to know the different neighborhoods. I got to know the streets. I got to know people from different neighborhoods. And it was a blast growing up there, and really prepared me well for my experience at the Merc. I didn't know anybody when I walked onto the trading floor. I didn't know a soul. My friend Frankie Bologna, one of my best friends, who's still my best friend now, my oldest friend got me a job as a runner, making minimum wage. I didn't take that minimum wage job, by the way, to make minimum wage. I wanted it in on the floor, and
with a name like that, he better be your best friend.
Yeah, Frankie B. Love that guy. So he's still in the business too. So yeah, it's spelled just like that. So we had we had to make our own way. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have a rich father, so my dad wasn't going to give me any dough to start trading. He was in there. We had to make our way own, So I had to do it with talent, and I had to do it with hard work, and I had to do it with ability, and I had to do it with personality. That's how I got to know Ira Harris. I started to talk to him because somebody told me that he was a great trader and a great broker, and he had a great business, and he had a lot of knowledge. Good morning, Ira. That's how I started talking to him. I just said good morning, and I started asking questions, and we became friends.
Did you know Antonucci, Mark Antonucci?
Oh, sure, of course, yeah, yeah. Greg was in. Greg would come. His brother Greg would come into the Nasdaq a lot.
Okay.
And then when I was in the Hogs, he was in the Hogs. Big, gigantic pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't.
if you needed Blackhawk tickets on the
Oh,
glass, you
Mark
wanted to
had him.
hang.
Yeah, Mark
Yeah.
was great. Mark
Yeah.
was a great trader. Greg was a great trader too. But Greg would stand. When I was moving, when I was moving the Nasdaq, if I sold 90s and I sold 80s and 70s and 60s, and I'm selling, I'm trying to get them to the lower even. I was the algo. I mean, or we were the algo.
Yeah.
Human traders were the algo.
Yeah.
And I was a big one. I traded big size, a huge size. And Greg would always, Greg would I'm trying to get him to even, and Greg is like, I'm 20 on 2. 20. Shut up, Greg. Give me a minute. I'll get him down to even. I'll sell him to you at 90. I don't want him at 90. I want 20s. All right, I sold you 2, you schmuck. Get out of my way. That kind of shit. He wasn't a schmuck, really. He was a great trader. He was just, he wanted his price, and he would stand in the way of trying to move the market, which was how we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anto was he was a good trader. I wonder how he is.
No idea. No idea.
That was his badge, Anto, I think.
Do you remember King of Corn? I forget the guy's name. He lived in River Forest. He had
No,
say it?
no, that was Board of Trade guys. I didn't know too many Board of Trade guys.
Yeah. He lived in he was the big corn trader. I'll think of his name in a minute. He had a house in River Forest right on Lathrop, and it was a pretty big house. I'm gonna say, I don't know, 4,500 square feet maybe. But he had he was an Irish dude.
I was just going to say
Irish
that. Had to
Catholic
be an
dude.
Irishman. Yeah,
He
had to
had
be.
like 100 kids.
Of course.
Like 10 or something crazy like that, all living in the house. They'd be pouring out the windows all day. He was an awesome kid. I'll think of his name.
No way that guy could have been Italian. He lives in River Forest, and he traded at the Board of Trade. The Board of Trade guys were all Irish guys, and with some Jews. Italian. The Merc was Jewish, Italian, and some Irish. But mostly Jewish and Italian. The Board of Trade were like the old guard were the Irish guys from the West Side, in Oak Park and Beverly.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We're the muscle. Oh, you get ready, buddy. We're getting close.
I know. Cicero, my uncle owned a bar in Cicero. Man, that was an interesting time. A bar with the great Moose Scourin.
They didn't card us in Cicero, so we like that.
What was the name of the place in Cicero that you went to? If you went to it, you had to go straight to confession.
I know what you're talking about. This. I know. Maybe we're not a family show on Fridays, but we can't go too deep into that one.
The fire alarm. It was the fire alarm. Just for being there. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. What happened? I was at the fire alarm last night.
Oh my God.
That was awful. I hated going there. All right, so now listen. We're going to trade the mini micro spread here. You can see my DOMs or domes, however you say it. I'm going to trade in 2 lots. Okay, this is the mini. I'm going to make sure this is the mini and this is the micro. So I'm going to trade in 2 lots, and when I get something to stick, I'm going to trade out in the micros. Okay, so let's hope the market moves so I can show you how to make this work a little bit. If the market doesn't move, then I'm going to shut it down. I'm not going to spend any of my own dough to try to make it work.
So on the micros, you have your lot size set for 5.
Yes, because the minis, a 2-lot mini gives us 20-lot micros to trade out of. Listen, you guys are going to make more money trading 2 lots and trading out in 20-lot micros than you will trading 4 lots in and out, because you're going to take a lot more out of the market, and there's 1,000 different ways to add your positions without adding to not 1,000. There are many ways to add your positions without adding to your risk. Trading 4 lots in and out, you'll make a bunch of money, but you're never going to take a lot out of the market. You'll never have runners, and you'll never be able to properly learn how to add your positions. My stats are my win rate's probably 25%. All you guys that pay attention to your stats, who cares? What matters is how you're going to increase your size. How are you going to increase your size without significantly increasing your risk, or how you can increase your size without increasing your risk at all? And if the market moves and I get something on, then I'll show you how to do that. If the market doesn't move, I'm going to shut it down, and I'll explain how you do it. And hopefully next week we'll have some price movement that I can showcase that. So we have a minute and a half. Usually, if I was in my room, and I think a lot of traders from my group are here, I remind everybody to breathe, do some box breathing, Breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, and breathe out 4 seconds. Lower your heart rate, lower your blood pressure a little bit, so that everything that you see on the domes, you see in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically. And also, so that you are more in touch with your emotions, you're more in touch with your spirit, you're more grounded. Put your feet on the ground until you're able to pay for your trade, and then we'll put our feet up. Okay.
PAX group is here.
All right, guys. They better be, otherwise they're talking to nobody in Discord. Breathe in and breathe out. Slow everything down. Everybody else wants to come in all geeked up and gacked up. Not me. I want to come in nice and relaxed. Nice and relaxed. We have PMI this morning?
Good question. Not that I'm aware of, but I'll look it up while you're gone.
All right, 15 seconds. Hey, all right, that could move us if that's coming out.
9:45.
3, 2, 1, open. All right, now let's see here. All right, let's watch this breakouts. I don't know what the opening print was. I really don't care. This is kind of a bearish open. The high of the day is made in the opening range so far, and we're selling off from it. Okay. So I want to take the first attempt out of the opening range if we get it. So the bottom of the opening range is going to be 1475. 1475. Oh my God. Okay, 1475. Go offered. Give me something I can sink my teeth into. I should have gotten out of it, but I only got a 2-line on, so I'll let it work. I'm out. Oh shit. Just as I got out, they went offered. Now go, you son of a bitch. Go. Ah. I'm not going to do this with normal size units. I'm not going to let it mess around here, but I'm going to do it today only because it's a 2-lot. And I want to show you I want to try to get something on so I can show you how to manage it, but I'm not managing my risk. I'm getting out of this shit. All right. We're not going yet. Now let's see if 2075 holds. At the bottom of the Nasdaq opening range, what was that? Never mind. Okay, so now my risk is 1475s. 14, pay line is 1075, so I'm going to buy 5 at 1075.
Short 2 in the bigs.
Mm-hmm. Stop in for a scratch, can't lose money. It's not a scratch because I sold them worse, but let's pretend I was paying attention when we traded here. We're not getting above it. We do. Fuck. I am trading like shite here. So that was a scratch that I did not scratch. Okay. And I keep looking at the micros as if they're the Nasdaq, and that's aggravating. I usually have the Nasdaq up to the S&P. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. See if they come down. See, we're not doing shit.
So you got a couple orders in, right? One at the opening range high, one at the opening range low.
Yeah, the buy stop to get in, sell stop to get in. So if they decide to come out of the opening, oh shit, I canceled it. I canceled the sell because we're not there. If they come out of the opening range, they can come out quickly. And I want to make sure I get them. They're normally, a buy stop here in this case is normally going to be an expense. What's the top of the Nasdaq opening range? I'm canceling it because we're drifting. This market's drifting. There's no momentum to it. Nasdaq is 567, so the Nasdaq is just above it. So watch this 2075. The S&P tried to break and it couldn't. So now it's going to try to rally. The Nasdaq got above its opening range at 467 and got back inside of it. So this is a market going nowhere fast. So we've got the number at 8:45 Central, 9:45 Eastern. Maybe we wait for that. But I'd like to see if we can get something on here. Okay, now 20.
PEX is long too. Stop at break even.
2075 was the top of it. So pay for my trade here. Oh God, I canceled it. Whatever, hold on. I'll sell it on the way up. I'd like to get the rotation. I'd like to pay for it at the rotation. So the market has finally found its momentum. So let's see if I can pay for it with the rotation. So remember, when I pay for my trade, I sell 25% of my unit.
And that's liquidating 5 micros.
Yes. There. Okay. So now I'm long 2, short 5. How do I center my
Or
screen?
when you do the math, you're long 1.5. Big one.
Right. Or long 1.5. So now the rotation in the S&P is going to be 36. So I'm going to take profit at 35 or maybe 35 half. So I've got my offer in. Did I cancel that fucking thing? All right. I gotta realize I gotta remember how to center my screens and shit here. Okay. In my group, who's long and paid?
We got some LPs, baby.
All right, long and paid, long and paid, long and paid. So everybody in my group is long, and nobody has any risk on the trade. So right now, I'm long 3/4 of my unit. So I'm long either 1.5 minis or I'm long 15 micros. Okay. So the way that I'm going to look at it is I'm going to be long 15 micros. I'm going to sell another micro. Okay, good. Everybody is. All right, Trader is, Adam is, Toki-san, Toki is, Andre. Love it, Pex. Okay. PT God, Liz is, okay, Greg D is, Brian Schwartz.
PT's long 2, short 5, just on the money.
A lot. I think a lot of those guys are going to have the mini micros like me.
Okay.
All right. So now listen. Now 36 is going to be the upside target here. Okay. Now I like 36. See on the chart, 36 is a 15-handle rotation. So the S&P trades in 15-handle rotations. If I was trading normal size and I was trading, my normal stuff, I would have waited to pay for my trade at 36. However, 38 is a macro zone. It's a big, big zone for me, a macro zone. It's a big, big zone for me. So I want to add to my position above this. So we're going to use 36, 38 as kind of, if you guys are flat, you can take a long above there. So we use the 15-handle rotations as kind of new versions of the opening range. Here's yesterday. Okay. So 43/4 was the top of yesterday's OR. This is the 15-handle rotation. So if you missed the 43/4, then you can get long at 58 or 57, 59. And then you take them up to the next rotation at 73/4, right? And then you take them up to the next rotation, which was 88/4, 86, 88, and the high was 86. So I always use 2 points around the level. So we're going to use 36, 38. I've got offers in at 35 half to pay for my trade. To take profit on it. So I'll be long 10. I'll be long 2, short 10. So it seems like a spread, but it's not really a spread. So now I don't care about the back and forth. The market is going to do one of two things. It's either going to come up to 35 and it's going to put money in my pocket, or it's going to come back down to wherever I'm long at 2075 and it's going to scratch me out. I have no control over what it does, but I'm going to stick to my process. So I may very well scratch out this trade. scratch out my 2, and then I get out of my 5. I'll just cancel every, I'll just
Flatten all.
I'll close. Yeah, is there a flatten all button here?
Yeah, not on.
Would it be this
You don't.
close?
That'll close that particular trade, and then the other one will close the other trade. So you could use the close buttons at the bottom of the dome, yeah.
Okay, I'll just use that.
But you got to do them both.
All right. So, right, does that make sense? So now we just stay out of the way of the market and let the market work. I don't care about this back and forth. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't scare me. I got to keep remembering that C is the center button. Now we go 36 bid. I'm going to add more. Okay. I might just cover the micros and be long 2 minis. So cover the bad leg of the spread if I want to do it that way, or I can buy 2 more minis. See what I mean? There's now trading the mini micro spread, my brothers and sisters, gives you a million different options to be able to add to your positions. You just and take your P&L off, because the minis are going to show you up money and the micros are going to show you down money. You're not down money. You're not short micros. From a tradable standpoint, you have to be mindful of the fact that you're legging into a spread. It's not a real spread, but it's like a spread. And you're not hedging, you're taking profit.
Yeah.
When selling micros, you're not hedging something, you're taking profit on something. Capiche?
Yep.
All right, here we go back down and nowheres. So if we can't get 15 handles out of it, if we can't get 15 handles out of a trade, I don't want it. So I don't mind taking a scratch. And all this back and forth means nothing to me. Because again, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and I would rather miss a move than to lose money. And right now, I've got a position on with no risk.
Yeah, right. Your core position is green, and you got that stop in there.
Yes.
We got the number. We got the PMI Tracy said, I think, in 5 minutes.
I like having positions on going into the numbers. Most of you guys have been taught to flatten up in front of numbers, I assume, right? Have you guys been taught to flatten up before a number? Let me know in the things in the comments in the chat. I don't do that. I have never seen the point in that. Why would I want to do that? I've got a free trade on, and why would I want to flatten? I suppose if you're trading the funding company prompt stuff, you have to, because it would be considered trading the news. I suppose. I don't know what those rules are, but from a trading standpoint, if you're trading your own money, I've got a free trade on. I have no risk on it. So why would I not want to leave it on? Do you see what I mean? I mean, this is how you catch huge trades.
Yeah.
Why would I want to cancel? Why would I? Oh God, we got a number out. I better hurry up and get out. No, not me.
The high of the day is 37.25, just a tad bit above the first rotation.
Well, the high of the day is 33. The high of RTH is 33.75.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I care about. I don't care so much about the overnight high.
Okay.
Unless I'm doing some technical work. Then I'll pay attention to it. All right, we're coming back down. I wouldn't be surprised to see us get back in. That's all another point. I'm not trying to squeeze every last dollar out of every trade. I want bigger moves, and I want bigger moves that I can add money, that I can add to my position to. So I don't care. Again, it doesn't bother me that the market is that the market is drifting lower in front of the number. We're in the middle of nowhere, and I've got a free trade on. So I'm not going to hurry up and sell some more micros against this, so I can hurry up and take some more off. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and that's in essence, you took a quarter of your position off.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. All right, here we go. Let's see what we're going to do. We're back down close to the pay line, bouncing a little bit. All right. Long two, short, long a deuce, short a Finsky.
The volume's a little on the light side.
Oh, terribly light. On a CPI day, we're sitting here doing nothing. No volume, no nothing. I wouldn't be trading this if I wasn't doing this for you guys.
And don't forget, I think the Feds have been on vacation since the beginning of the month. So this is, this should have been, we got data. It should have been, hey, we should have had some marching bands out here or something.
Marching bands. Yeah.
Is that Billiken Bud Parade down by you?
Yeah, that was in the summertime.
Yeah.
What in God's name made you think of that?
The parade. I mentioned we should have a parade for the number, but I don't know.
So you thought of the Bud Billiken Parade. I wouldn't go to that. Southside Irish Parade, that's coming up in March. We can go to the
Yeah,
Southside
that
Parade.
you know what? Old Park kids would go to that thing, get in trouble all the time. So
Yeah, peeing on people's lawns. They get drunk and fighting. I can't tell you how many times I've seen kids beating the shit out of each other, walking
you
up and
guys,
down our street.
you guys started it. The Southside Irish started it. We were there just for the beer and the girls.
Oh yeah, we're Windy City Irish, where the crack is always best. We have our own song. Where every day is Paddy's Day and everyone's a guest. If you're Irish on the north side or Irish on the west, welcome to the south side. Come join our Irish Fest. I can't believe I just remembered all of that.
Oh, that's awesome.
When it comes to baseball, we have two favorite clubs, the Go White Sox and whoever plays the Cubs. That was in my dad's obituary. My brother Pat put that in my dad, or my brother Donnie put that in my dad's obituary. When it comes to baseball, he had two favorite clubs, the Go White Sox and whoever played the Cubs.
Man, that old Comiskey Park before they tore it down, if
Oh,
it looked like it was gonna fall over at any minute.
yeah, man, it was great. I love that old park.
Yeah, it was good.
Great.
It was great.
Reinsdorf should have did what the Ricketts did and put some money into the neighborhood and put some money into
Yes.
to the ballpark.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for saying that.
All right, now here we go. So the Nasdaq is thin, the numbers coming out. It's popping. We caught a bid, but we're not going anywhere. So let's see what we want to do. Again, stay out of the way of the market, right? We sing the songs our fathers sang when they were growing up. Rebel songs of Aaron's Isle in a Southside Irish pub. When it comes to baseball, we had two favorite clubs, the Go White Sox and whoever plays it. Terry McEldowney wrote that. Terry McEldowney, Terry McEldowney and Whitey O'Day showed up. They were set up in my eighth grade graduation party. They were set up in the yard and they played all night long. My eighth grade graduation party. My dad and all of his friends, neighborhood people, drinking and singing. And
You weren't at, did you go to Disco Demolition?
no, but I remember where I was. I remember that night very clearly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was too. I think I was even too young for that. I wasn't there for some reason.
I was too young for it too. I was 10, I think. I think it was 78 or 79, but we're at the Horkaby's house. And Mr. Horkaby was
Here we go.
I'm watching, was a Chicago fireman. And he was so they had the scanner. They had a scanner. And so they ran up to 35. So they had a scanner and we listened to it all on a scanner.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to add 36s here in the
You knew someone with the police scanner?
Oh yeah, all the time. We sat and listened to the entire thing on the scanner. Holy shit, what's going on at Sox Park? I don't know. Let's go. When it comes to baseball, we had two favorite clubs. No,
Come on, let's go. Get a bit on here.
so the 1500 rotations.
Let's go.
I love that. That made me laugh the first time I heard that with Stowe. So somebody had asked me here, what is it? It sounds like, oh wait. About the 1500 rotations, where'd that go? I want to answer that. Oh my God, where'd that question go?
How do you determine the S&P moves in 15-point increments?
Oh yeah, there it goes.
Yep.
So the algorithms move this. I don't know how to quite explain that. The algos move in 15 handle move the S&P in 15 handle increments. It's always been the same basic thing. It expands and contracts with the ATR. And the Nasdaq has always been like 30 points to 65 points. Lately, it's been 65 points. Look at that. We got right up to fucking 35. I should have had my offer in front of it. That was kind of a mistake. So you always take profit in front of the rotation. I was trying to be a hero. I screwed myself. 35's only traded 27 times. I wouldn't have got him anyway. Manaj, that sucks. But all right, so now normally we would have traded 35s or up to 36s, and I mean normally like almost every day. We stopped at 35, and the reason we did was because that's 38 is a macro zone, 37 is the high, the high of the extended hours, So it went up to 35, tested it. That's all it needs to give us. I should have reacted and taken profit a little bit faster up there. if I had, if I wasn't trading the spread, I would have probably, no, I wouldn't have done that. I would have lamented the fact that I didn't do it. Like I'm kind of lamenting the fact that I didn't take profit up there when we had it. But, 2 more ticks and I would have. I was a dick for a tick. I was a schmuck for a buck. Don't be a dick for a tick or a schmuck for a buck. Or what rhymes with point? Don't be a doink for a point. Nah, that's no good. That's not funny. No, it didn't distract me. Lapio. It didn't distract me. I was watching. Listen, this is in this business, you've got to take radical responsibility for what you do and don't do. It's nobody's fault that I didn't take profit up there except mine. Oh, you didn't distract me. Nobody distracted me. I was watching. I could have very easily have sold them. I can do 20 things at the same time. I grew up on the trading floor doing that. The pain line is 24.75. We get back, and the market moves in these ladder rungs. So 35 is good enough. I think I said that when trading 30 or something. A little bit too late. But the pain line, if we don't get above that 15 handle swing, then we come back to the pain line. The pain line is 4 points from the opening range. That's 24.75. We get underneath 24.75, then we'll go back to the opening range. We get back to the opening range. The first time down to it, I want to reload. Okay, so I'm going to take a stop, but I'm going to reload on it. We get back inside the opening. You know what? I wish I was more familiar with this front end. I got to trade on this more often. Because I want to, wait a second, that's a sell stop. I need a buy stop. I wouldn't mind getting fancy here.
Let's do it.
Getting fancy is selling the top of the opening range and selling the bottom of the opening range. Then again, I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit.
Wait, did you say selling the top and selling the bottom?
Okay. So when we get a 15 handle swing like that, then we're looking for an equidistant swing. So that means now I've got choices here, okay? Because if we get back inside the opening range, I'm going to stop out of here. I'm going to leave my micros on. Then I'd be short 2, maybe short 4, and short 5 micros, and then pay for my trade that way. I'll show you.
And remember, Pax, Michigan sentiment is in 9 minutes.
Yeah. Man, yeah, this sucks. Why aren't we trading 50, 68.50? If and buts were candy and nuts, what a wonderful world this would be. My mom would say that all the time. That's a good line. Or the other one, why aren't we doing this or why aren't we doing that? If my uncle had, I can't say it on TV. He'd be my aunt. Can't say that either. Bonds are selling off. This is important. The bonds are selling off. All right, why? When? Where are they going to go? Hold on. Give me a second to look at this shit.
Yeah, bonds are at 118.12 right now. They are selling off.
Yeah. Okay, the 30-year bond can trade down to, let me pull up my
No, it's 11.
spreadsheet. 117.17. All right, 118.05. 118.05. Underneath here, 118.05, it's only 5 ticks. And then underneath 118.05, then it can trade down to 117.07. And then we're back down to that quarterly pivot at 16 quarter. Oh, wow. Could you imagine that?
Yeah, it's got to get through the 8. It's going to be hard to get to the set. Well, maybe not. Look at this thing go. 117 handle is going to be tough.
I'm surprised that we're selling off like this. So,
Yeah.
So when the bonds sell off, that means rates are going higher. Okay, because you got to remember it from an inverse standpoint. I got to pay attention to this too. 119.19 is a really good high. 119.19 is a really good high in between 119.14 and 21. 119.19 is a good high. And that also coincides with what? Where is my bond chart?
I don't want to jinx you, but buyers are playing defense for you.
Yeah. I don't look at things that way. I mean, I'm positioned. There's, I really don't care who's battling it out and who's winning and who's losing. I'm positioned. I've got stops and I can't get hurt.
Yeah.
And if the market does come back down to the opening range, I'm going to sell them. So, it's going to do one of two things. It's going to go up to 35 half and it's going to put money into my pocket. Or it's going to come down and it's going to scratch me out. I have no control over it, and there's no reason for me to try to analyze what's going on. I'm positioned. I've got no risk on the trade. I don't care.
And you have no stress.
None.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy. Well, yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's, the thing that I think stresses most of us out is the uncertainty of every trade. There's no uncertainty in this. I've already got the trade on. I've removed the uncertainty. I've removed my risk. Paying for my trade is not about taking profit. Paying for my trade is about removing my risk. So I don't care about this back and forth. The volume is light, although the volume is starting to pick up, but the volume is light today so far for a CPI day anyway. This bond sell-off is starting it could either be winning the sales of this half-ass rally, or it's going to start to drag equities a little bit. Gold, where'd gold stop at? I want to see gold trade up to 41.46. Stopped at 41.37 and change.
Yeah.
41.37 and 7. Look at crude's rallying. Huh. Crude. What does
yeah, in your chart, for some reason, your position tracker saying no position, but you do in fact have a position for people who are watching and having a hard time seeing or hearing. PAX is long 2 of the mini S&Ps and then short 5 of the micro S&Ps. The net effect is he is long 1.5 mini S&Ps.
I've got to get with Burke and get things updated. There's all kinds of shit that I need to get updated on this.
You got to meet Mike Burke too.
Just what a guy he is.
Yeah.
What a guy he is. Plus, I like that he likes to Houdini out of there early. Where you going, Mike? I'm leaving.
That's an Irish goodbye, man.
I'm with you. Yeah. Skedaddled right out of there. Skedaddled like old men.
No, I'm the last man standing.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. Oh, Burke is just a gentleman. He's just a gentleman. He's just a good man. I really, really, really love being with him. And funny.
Yeah.
In a very quiet and intelligent sense. He's not, he doesn't have like an 8th grade boy's, sense of humor.
He worked on you don't know this, but he was in the Navy. He worked on a nuclear submarine.
I can see that. He wasn't working in the engine room. He was working on the computers with the numbers and things.
He was in it though, like underwater.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not for me.
No, doing like smart guy things, not loading the torpedoes. He was, like doing the, crunching the numbers.
Tammy said she'd hang with me. Tammy, I'm with you.
Oh, Tammy, I don't know. You'd be laughing. Your stomach would be hurting from laughing. It would be like like an ab workout or a core workout.
Core workout. Yeah. No, we had a small group. We had a small group poolside last night until, I don't know, 2:30 maybe. It was late.
Oh, yeah, I saw video.
No, you better not have video of that.
Eating the cake.
Someone better do. Oh, Shab, you're in so much trouble.
Yeah, I saw that shit. That was great.
Oh, you would.
Cake eater.
Well, she started it. She just started like, never mind. Oh, now Tracy's like, that was funny. Okay, yeah, it was funny at the time, but there shouldn't be a video about it.
That's hysterical. That
They were
sucked.
filming us.
We can't do shit here.
Shab saying it
They
wasn't.
were
me, I
filming us
swear.
the whole time.
No, it's just Jimmy. I don't know if Stowe, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
No, just the only video I saw was of Jimmy manjing that cake.
that was so
Like,
good.
oh yeah, like he was in the
Oh, that was
desert.
great.
Whoever
Dying.
made that video is in deep trouble.
Oh, I got a
Yes.
copy of it, so it's not disappearing. That was awesome. Awesome.
Yeah,
I
that
haven't
was a
seen
fun
it.
night.
I want to see it. I
We
haven't seen
hung.
it.
It was after
We
though
hung
about
hard.
700 martinis, so there was an excuse there.
Yes. Yes.
That was
No, we hung
such
hard. XY went to bed, but we had a good hang. It was good.
that was such a fun night, man. That was such a fun night.
By
Yes,
Pax,
sir.
we got Michigan coming on in a second here.
Let's see what we do here. Let's see if I get filled and if I get a chance to add. Boy, I'd like for this market to do something. I am getting I'm going to close in a little bit. I'm just going to close this down, and then I'm going to if we can get above 37, I'll leave long. I will stay long, but um, we're going to parent weekend at Miami of Ohio with my daughter.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. But remember, Stowe, my wife is Greek. So when we go places, her whole family comes with us. There'll be cousins and aunts. We've got like 4 hotel rooms. We're staying 45 miles away from Oxford, Ohio, because we've got so many people coming. And Jen said the other night, you're not going to find a place that you're going to want to eat at. I said, oh yeah, I will. I found a steakhouse like near Dayton that we're going to.
Okay.
I'm making
Okay.
everybody drive 60 miles out of the way so I can have a good meal and a martini.
Beautiful. That's perfect.
Oh, here we go. Michigan's out.
Yeah.
Bonds
Not
are,
too much.
yeah, bonds haven't moved.
No. 118.13.
So I don't know. Let's see what we're gonna do. You guys got XY, you got anything on?
I've got 2 lots on at 470 long right now. Thinking about taking one off here. I had
That's
4
nice,
total.
man.
Took 2 off.
That's 50 points in that, baby.
What's
Yeah,
yeah,
it was a
and
good spot, dude.
Hey,
The open.
532.
The open.
532 is a 65 handle swing in the Nasdaq. So that completes the swing in the Nasdaq is 532. The Nasdaq actually achieved it. The Nasdaq achieved its 65 handle swing. The S&P is not.
I'm coming down to 1 lot on Nasdaq. I do have a gold short as well that I took half off on.
You still party with gold today, huh?
Dude, gold is where
Why
it's
not?
at right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm with
Yep.
him. I'm with you.
Yep.
That's a great thing about I think we talked about this, XY, when we were in Florida. That's a great thing about doing what we do. You can trade the market that's moving.
And not only that, I mean, gold, just to put this in perspective, the micro gold, if you don't have a big enough account for the big gold, that's okay. No shame in that for sure. But the micro gold has done 520,000 contracts already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What about
More than even the S&P.
what about the gold? What about the gold? The 1 ounce bar gold contract. How's that kicking off? I haven't watched the volume in that.
I'm not tracking it now, but it's catching on.
All right, so watch the Nasdaq is coming back up to that 532.65 handle swing. So the S&P and Nasdaq usually trade in those swings together. The Nasdaq is coming up to 532 again when the S&P is still lagging. I like to see the Nasdaq lead, but the S&P has been leading a little bit more on the upside. I don't know. I haven't really paid much attention to today, so this kind of sucks. The ZB, the 30-year bond is ZB, Jensen B, 1190 ZB. If you're trading CQG, then it's USA, but ZB I think is the generally accepted symbol for the 30-year bond.
Yeah, Nightbot's won out on that one.
That was my first foray into trading, Jimmy, was the night bond pit in well, here I've got the here. You want to see? Shit.
What's he going to show you guys think? Oh, he's got his badge.
This is my Merc badge.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
That so PAX, PAX is Peace and Latin. Look at this shit. I was 21 years old and I got my seat at the board of trade and I was trading night bonds. Look at that crazy shit. That was awful. Look at how young look how young.
What year was that, Pax?
1990.
So I wonder if you were in there with my brother. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
sure I was.
I don't know what his badge was. I'll ask him.
But
CAG. It
I was
wasn't CAG. It was something else.
I was a scared little boy. I had no idea what I was doing. I was nervous, but I was confident enough to say, you know what, I'm going to go to an exchange where I was a clerk in the Euros at the time in the front month, and I was doing good. And I thought, well, you know what, I can do this. So the night bonds were like the first foray into into extended trading hours trading. So you can trade the 30-year bonds in for it was open till from like 5 till 9 Central Time. And I came in, the night of the first Iraq War, I came in and the pit was packed with people. It was full of people.
Yeah.
All of the day guys were in there. Baldwin, Charlie D, all of these guys. Charlie D gave me Charlie D. If you guys don't know what Charlie D is, Google him. Charlie D. Francesco. He was he was a legend. And at the time he had cancer all throughout his body. So he came into the night bond pit. He was bald and he had like body armor to protect him in the pit. There was thousands bid, and all of a sudden we're like 10 ticks below it. What happened? Charlie just went like this and sold everything. He didn't say anything. He just put his hands up and didn't say a word. Everything disappeared, and everybody who was leaning on those bids were all of a sudden offering the market down ticks.
Yeah.
And I thought, holy shit, if I ever get big enough, I want to do that. And in the Nasdaq, we were talking about this, when we were in Florida, if there was 100 offered at even, when I was a small trader, I'd buy 5 and hope that everybody else bought the evens too before it would go bid, right? But when I wanted to become big enough to where I can say, buy those evens, even bid. I'm 05 bid, buy the evens, 05 bid. And I got that big. That was fun.
You are the man. But hey, Pax.
So
we're gonna in a couple minutes here, we're gonna rotate over to the young fellas thing. But walk us through what your game plan is at this point.
Well, I'm gonna sit here until my wife yells, "Come on, let's go." And then I'm gonna go. So
is that part of your trading strategy?
Kind of. My wife manages my accounts. So, she keeps. My wife worked on the floor for 18 years, so she understands this business better than most anybody. So she knows, she manages my accounts to protect me. So, so I can protect me from me, and she's like a buffer to that. So I've got offers in at 35 half, and I'm either going to get them in a minute, and then I'll be long 2 short 10, and then I have a decision to make. If we go 38 bid, I'm going to buy more, or 36. So we're going to use. Remember, let me put the chart back up.
We're getting there. We're getting there, brother.
Okay, so 36 right here is the all right, I got them. 36 is the thing right here. See?
Yeah, you took 5 off, so now you're down to 1 lot.
Right. So we go 36 bid, I'm going to add more. So if we go 36 bid, I'm going to buy 2 here, or I can cover the 10 micros. So now I'm long 2 short 10, so I've got 10 more micros I can trade out of, or I'm long 1 mini. See what I mean? So now I've got options. I've got all kinds of options. I can do all kinds of different things. If I was trading a 2 lot, I'd be flat now, and and I'm out of options. But now I traders need to leave themselves options, and now I've got options on, right?
Yeah, PT traders long 2 short 10.
Like, hey, nice job, PT. I was 18 years old when I went down to Dublin with a fistful of money and a cartload of dreams. I don't know if I want to add here just because we're drifting, but watch. So when we go 36 bid, there'll be new order flow through that level. Okay, right now we're just drifting. We go 36 bid. Now the market is going to work up to the next 15 handle ladder rung. So 36, 46 up to 51. Okay, so watch. We go 36 bid, 38 bid, and they'll be, we'll be bid then. Not just because it's the overnight high, and not just because it's a macro level, but because that's how the market rotates. The market trades, the S&P trades in 15 handle ladder rungs. The Nasdaq trades in 65 handle ladder rungs. So watch, when we go 36 bid, then this indicator will pop up and show us a 51 offer or a 51 level. Because the Nasdaq has already taken out 532, that already populated up to 597. So if you guys are trading Nasdaq, if we go 532 bid again, and as you know, you buy them, it goes bid, put in a scratch stop, and then look for 597s. And that happened. We rallied up. We went 532 bid, rallied up to 48 half, and then came off. So maybe you bought 32s and you paid for the trade and scratched out the rest. See how that goes? You leave yourself options. You leave yourself chances to add to your size. You can make a lot of money, buying 4 lots and selling 4 lots, buying 3 lots, selling 3 lots, but you'll never become rich. The way you become rich, the way you become free is by adding to your positions and by leaving yourself options to be able to take more out of the market and to know in an objective sense what you're going to do in the trade, not subjective. Everything has got to be objective for me. I need to be able to protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000, but still leave myself options when the market is actually cooperating and moving. Gabish? So now if the market comes back down to my entry price at 2075, I'm going to scratch out of everything. And if we take a different, if the market gets back inside the opening range, then I'm going to stay short my 10 micros. And I'm going to sell 2 at the top of the opening range, sell 2 at the bottom of the opening range. I'll be short 4, short 10. And then I pay for my 4 lot by buying 5, then I'd be fine. See, I mean, just options, right? Options.
Nice. All right, man.
Trying to get this fill. Come on, baby.
We're just kind of hanging.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you for thanking me. I hope that I'm value added to you guys. Not just to the younger guys in here, but to all you who are listening to me. I am absolutely on the back end of my trading career. And so I find a lot of value in being here with you and sharing my experience, strength, and hope with you. When the markets are busy, I'll trade them, and I'll trade them the way that I normally do with normal size units. And, but when the market is chopping, I don't need to do this anymore. I've achieved my goals, and my goals now are to preserve and protect and to build other businesses. So, this, my brothers and sisters, is the greatest business in the world. Don't try to catch every wiggle and don't try to catch every move, and try not to sell rallies and buy breaks as a living. Trade the momentum of the market, and you will protect yourself and leave yourself open to whatever good things that the market has for you. Capiche?
You are the man.
Capiche.
Pax, thanks so much for spending so much time with us this morning, by the way. Great wisdom, great trades. Hopefully you have nice, relaxing plans for the weekend.
Oxford, Ohio. We're going to drive out to 4.5 hours through the.
Oh, that's right. You mentioned that. Yeah.
Through the flyover state of Indiana.
All right.
And then we're going into, I don't want to offend anybody that lives in Indiana, but it's one big ass cornfield.
Best college football team in the country, Pax. You can't stop that.
But it's just the whole thing looks the same. I want to see hills.
Oh, not Southern Indiana. No.
No, Southern Indiana's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
I'll take you to the right places. Well, in that event, you guys have a safe trip for sure. Do a little carpool karaoke for us. I know you guys got a lot of songs there because you're Irish. And safe travels, buddy. We will see you. We will see you next week. I'm going to also dip out. I'll be in the chat, and we're going to leave you guys in good hands with XYZ and Stowe. Thank you for the thumbs up and the subscriptions, everybody.
Yasu. Who said that? Yasu. Yeah. Jimmy, Yasu to you. I love you, kid. And the rest of you guys, I'll see you. Stowe, I'll see you next week. XY, I'll see you next week. You guys kick Keister. Have fun.
Love you.
Thanks,
too.
brother.
See ya.
Good morning, XY. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. It's like hearing Pax's voice storm me back to just a few days ago, it feels like, man.
Yep.
I remember on the last night, Pax was like, "Oh, what time is it? I should be in bed like 2 hours ago." Like, what are you still doing here with me?
He just keeps saying that. Yep.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, this cigar's giving me extra life right now."
Oh man, you check out my cool background. Look at this thing.
Yeah, I mean, Chad wants to know about your new painting. They're like, "Oh, Stowe is it's quite a cultured guy now."
Yeah, very cultured. Well, whoever owns this Airbnb has a giant 50-foot painting. So I don't know how the hell they got this thing in here for sure, but yeah, it's pretty sick.
Morning, Chad.
Yes,
Morning, Chad.
good morning. It does look like Peaky Blinders. Is it Peaky Blinders?
You know
It's a
what?
bit. It's
I think that is.
okay.
I think it's Thomas Shelby
That's cool.
or not. Let's just say it is.
Let's
Honestly,
just say, yeah, that
that's
sounds
still my
good.
favorite like Netflix show of all time.
How far are
I
you
really
in the
liked
Guinness show?
Tom Hardy's guy. What's his name? The I think he's Jewish. Tom Hardy was like the main guy of it. Solomon, dude. Alfie Arthur Solomon, was it? Dude, that guy is yeah, Alfie. So sarcastic, so funny, man. Loved it.
I still have several seasons of that saved up that I haven't finished.
Dude,
So
it's
that's
so
one of
good.
my.
What are you doing? No, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
no.
Get off the stream right now and put they'll understand. Dude, it's awesome, man. Yeah, I had this really cool gold short
How's it
coming
going?
down right here.
Tell me about your gold. Tell me about your gold
And
adventures.
well, check this out. Check this out. So we were coming
Okay.
up into this low volume spot. I really wanted this level, but they were kind of like slowing down in this low volume area right here. So they kind of poked down, came up, and I was like, all right, if they're still weak, I'm gonna fade this thing. Got a nice fade down to this spot. I had four on, was clenching ass, man, with just four. And then I took I took three off here. I was like, I'm gonna ride the other one down to like to zero. And I trailed it and it took me out right here. But I
My
was
ass
like,
is
I
clenched. I'm
probably should
telling you
just
guys.
yeah, my ass was clenched, man. I should have flipped it here, but I was like, now I'm looking at this. I'm over on NQ, like, I should buy this open. I should buy this open.
It
The
was a
open,
good buy. They
dude,
were
they were
yeah,
bidding. I think even Jim mentioned it when he was with PAX. Like they're buying this thing.
yeah.
They were. If anyone wants to replay the tape when they came back down to the open, it's worth a replay. They were buying with both hands down here.
Yep.
So now I'm just
I
sitting
am
at this. Gold is gone
I am
without.
Dom free at the moment. I'm trying to get the overnight high in ES, but this 35 dude is big time in the way. I'm gonna get stopped again. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
I thought you were long with me around the open with
Nah,
ES.
no, I was
Oh,
not. I got in like I got two lots in. Piss. I got two lots in like around 25. But they ticked me out. I was trying to trail a stop into that news. And Q is
uh,
definitely a little cleaner today.
yeah. ES's node is like it. It looks a little ledgy on ES, which is a little scary. But
Yeah.
yeah, I closed my short. Well, I didn't close it. They closed it for me. I had four coming down, and then I took three off. I had one and trailed out the one right here. I think the better trade was to just flip it long, like cover everything down here and get long. Because I mean, look at this delta. They really tried this, and obviously gold
Yeah.
is on the uptrend, right? So 4GC is wild as fuck. Yeah, when I got in four, I was like, I'm just gonna take one off like immediately because I looked at the risk. I was like, this is too much. But then it started working out like right away. And I was like, all right, we'll give it a little leash here. Just started working out, so it made it painless for me. Honestly, it was lucky. I was lucky on that because I wanted it to just de-risk right away.
No, luck's a very important part of this game.
It is the my mentality is when I'm in, if it's working, I'm trying to capitalize on some luck. That's all it is. I'm trying to get lucky, right?
Yep.
Because we can only do so much. All we can do is manage that risk, and if it's working, hey, we're lucky. Let's make something out of it. If not, take the chips off.
This NQ seller at 540 also seems to be winning at the moment. ES is definitely selling off of that 35. I got to be able to get a better spot for this. My good long is probably back down here in the 20s. Should probably just wait for that.
I had a frustrating time trading the open. Took a little ding. Yeah, on the open, when I'm trading the open, I try to be as patient as possible. So it's kind of like everyone's trying to put their hands into things and just wait until everyone just puts their size where they want it and then start looking at what happens to certain positions. So in the open, it's crazy. Everyone's positioning is positioning, but let them get something settled, right? And then
We
start to
also
see, all
had
right,
like
who's getting
some
in.
notable data for the first time since I can remember. I don't know. It's been forever since we had data like at
I
all.
know that was I had four. I had four in Q, and then I covered two at PLC. I was like, what do I do? Do I cover one more before data, or do I just hold it? I was like, well, let's just break even this thing and see what data does because we never have any. And I got lucky again. What can I say? I'm getting lucky this week.
Better lucky than good.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll take that.
Man, NQ has me wanting to stay in this thing.
Yeah, they're sustaining the volume up here. Yeah, what gets me a little iffy is just that ledgy downside profile on the ES, but I've fully resigned mentally to this being a completely free ride, and I'm hoping that I can just hold it for an entire day.
Mhm.
Gold is pulling back here.
Yeah, NQ holding its overnight high really well.
Yeah, they're building. They're just building a lot of volume up here. But ES isn't doing too bad. Aramis says, I can't get behind this melt up. Yeah, you've either been behind it or it's really, I would not get along right now.
Ah, okay, back to VWAP. Let's see if this bid can step in here. Charts are a little wonky. I feel like a delay creeping in. I don't know if
Chris, I
that's
take
coming across
partials
or
for
not.
two reasons. To manage downside and because I suck at holding, so it has to happen. You know, some people are like, "Oh, is it cope? Is it this?" It's for me, it's cope. I have to. It just
Yeah,
I will mentally just like unravel if I'm in really good unrealized, taking nothing and it comes back. Even if it goes to my entry and goes again, at that point I'm like, I could have just taken it off,
why is my
got
thing keep
more
going
in.
away?
But I'll always use like Kane as an example of
Can't
this, right?
change
He's
it.
a flat to flat guy. He makes plenty of money. So I think there's no perfect way. There's only a perfect way for each individual. So Italian guy, that's it exactly. That is it exactly.
Finally, okay. My brackets are freaking out, XY. Okay, there we go.
What's going on?
I don't
You
know.
long right now? You still long?
Yes. No, I'm in at 28. Yeah, it kept pulling my automatic bracket stuff. It was switching from my bracket to none. And then yeah, so I just had an open position on there for a second, which was not great.
Well, the squiggly lines
Trying.
are sloped up, so I hope it just keeps going.
Yep.
ES is testing that downside though, which is kind of sucks.
Yep.
I'm looking at gold too. I don't know what I want to do with gold.
Too There we go. All right. I'll talk to the chat for a second. How's it going, chat? Oh, the band's doing good. Thank you, Jada. Appreciate you. Yep, this is our last show today. Then I'll fly back home to the girls. That'll be good.
How long's that flight? Same as Naples?
Yeah, pretty much. I gotta go. Yeah, I just gotta go back to Charlotte and then um, Charlotte to Pittsburgh. So it's like 2 2-hour flights, kind of.
Crude asks, how will you evaluate a trade in gold here? All right. So gold is pretty conflicting. If I looked at this in like a vacuum, I would want some longs because, well, look, we're going up, we're building up. They really did try this spot right here where I was hoping they would break. It didn't happen. Got
Damn
some
it.
juice out of it. And obviously it's gold, right? Gold is gold. And the conflict
Why
is
is this
this right
happening?
here.
Oh, okay.
So they tapered in to where they were trying to build and break, fell, and now we're back. So
This
I'm
big dude at
hesitant on
30 again.
longs. I'm hesitant on longs there, and I'm hesitant on shorts. I think I would want to see this volume build get left behind and we trade back into this maybe. That's what I'm thinking for gold right now. But yeah, it's interesting. So we'll see. More interested in shorts if we can fulfill that. Get some volume up here, leave it off sides, because also it means that there's a lack of interest back into this zone, which is where all the effort was yesterday. So we will see. For now, I just hope that the indexes go super bid.
There's this really big seller that's been sitting at 68.30. A bunch of ice just came in again. I assume that was ice,
Oh, this
like
is
a
dude,
ton
it's
of
like
it.
2,600 lots. Yep,
Yeah.
2,800. Is that even legal?
I think it is. I think it's legal. And Q's finding its 25.5 guy again. So that was good.
Yeah, crude wallah. I'm glad it helped. I'm glad it helped.
Definitely bid there. Trying. Trying. Yep. Come on, baby. Let's get done with this thing.
Pretty good hold for ES right now.
And NQ. NQ is much cleaner today.
It
I feel
really
like,
is. It actually is. Yeah.
yeah.
ES has got some problems to work out.
Yeah,
Got some
it's
things to
very
work out.
nasty. I might abandon it.
Yeah, they're smoothing out that downside profile right now in ES.
Yeah.
And Q's trading where that guy just banged in like 1,200 lots earlier
Yep.
against the ask. What's not good is they finally peaked above the high and are rotating through value right now. That kind of sucks.
Yeah. Hmm. Let's see. 336. 996.
Gold is on the way down. Tapped the zone to the tick. I hate, you know how people always brag like, oh, to the tick, my level, my zone. That's the worst
Yeah.
thing ever. I don't know why anyone would enjoy that because you can't do anything with it.
No,
I think
I
you
know what
only
you mean.
enjoy it when you're not even really trading it. You're just kind of like showing it off.
Yep.
You can't do anything with that. Literally to the tick.
Yes, down here again. Q to 475. Yeah, I don't know. What time is it? Okay, it's almost 10:30. We still have so much downside that is still available.
Yeah.
Like,
There
It's still
is,
wide open down there, so I yeah.
it is
Maybe
wide
I'm
open.
getting
The
getting
worst
too
part
excited.
too is on this way down, we are seeing a lot of buying. We are seeing buying that is sticking their neck out. And if they
Yep,
continue to get ran against, we could see a down move. Look at ES right now.
I know.
1200, 1500, right
Yep.
above that 900. Dude, who who's got the big wallet right now? Huge bid. Huge bid.
Yep.
Dude, that is massive.
Right at 825s again. That guy has held eh, 4 times.
But they're like really hitting the ask here. So that's
Okay.
it's going to be really important or really interesting to see what happens to this bid.
Yeah,
Order
I'm
flow.
missing a lot of Dom context today for sure. I can tell.
There, someone really likes this range, this 5 point ES range on bid side. And we're about to find out what's going to happen to this person because, yeah, the price isn't exactly pulling up for that person. So
Nope. It looks like, I mean, it bid really hard off that 25, but then it got stepped on again.
there's mega buying. Sellers just willing to step down with it right now, sitting on it.
Okay, there we go. It's getting a little more productive.
Oh man, gold looks like a super clean bid. Oh, I missed it. Yep. Well, for anyone trading gold, that's a nice looking bid coming in there. I need to get a gold dom
Ooh,
up. Are we dying? We're dying.
yeah. Yeah, that was a nice push. We got a volume taper, or at least we have a taper on the delta volume profile right now. So that's something.
Distracted by the indexes.
Retest the open. What else we got down here? Okay, retest the OR mid. Yikes.
We've got some size sneaking in on the off run NQ here. Let's see if they can double bottom this RTH open.
ES finally
VWAP.
got itself to its 24-hour VWAP. That
Yeah, ES
was,
VWAP. A lot of bid coming out of VWAP right now.
yep. That would be productive. But I got a lot of work to do. Oof.
What time frame
Okay.
do you use, Stowe? Stowe, you're on like a 500 volume, is it?
I used 3,000 volume for ES and 750 for NQ. Okay, I like it. I like this. That 475 held again. Did we get to 1030 turn? Yeah, we did. Okay. Good. Just get back above this 22. We'll get one more in there. 227. Okay. Oof. Nasty.
Yeah, this is real dicey.
I mean, it feels like they're still stepping on it really hard.
There's still a pretty perky bid down here. But issue is we've seen that coming down and they just keep losing
Yeah.
the ground. So
Thank you for the
and
Dom narration. I need it
yeah,
today.
there's still a they're reloading some bid right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna put one on. See if I can get another one. I'll try 2 lots here.
We got a lot of sell to get back through. So it's definitely not out of the woods situation.
Yeah, I got my finger on the flatten button right here. I'm ready.
Come
If
on,
they
baby.
can't pull this up here, I'm just gonna get out and see if we can do something else.
There we go.
But they're really trying to run through the offer right now.
NQ is for sure.
NQ, I'm looking at NQ Dom, yeah.
Yeah.
NQ is reloading higher and higher on the bid, so that's pretty good. I've only got 2 lots on right now. I am not looking for a third just yet.
Tuck this up here.
Risk is a little
1821.
big right here, so I'm chilling.
I just tightened mine up to
Yeah, I'm on
3.
like 17-point risk, so I'm only 2 lots. All right, we're moving. We're moving. Gonna tighten up the risk. Maybe look for a scale.
Slice through this 500 guy. That's what we need. Quick slice.
This is where all that volume is on NQ. This is where they could offer this thing. Not taking profits, just tightening risk. ES also where they found that offer. This is about to close like a really crazy doji 5-minute. So that's really cool. That is good for us. Yeah, but these crazy wicks do end up being prone to testing, so we'll see.
Yeah, we're coming up on this 25 guy on ES was pretty consistent support for the entirety of the morning, and now we're testing it from below, and it looks like it's challenging. Again, I don't have a DOM up, so I can't tell.
490 has 100 lots waiting to get filled,
Okay.
but they're reloading in front of them. They're reloading right in front of them. I'm just tightening up risk. No TPs just yet.
Okay.
They filled
Oof.
him. They filled him. If they don't take me out of this trade here, I will add on a third and keep the same risk. Let's see what they do down here.
Nope.
I'm out of that. I'm out of that.
Ooh, my stock got saved by the bell.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they can poke this even lower. ES is definitely a lot weaker here, so I'm watching out for that.
Yep.
Let's look over on gold. Gold is looking all right.
I saw even Kane had a gold trade cooking.
Today?
Like overnight, I think. I don't know.
Hey.
I saw him tweet a gold trade. I was like, okay, I'm the last of my homies to not trade gold. I better get on this.
It's not bad. I'm back in long and Q. I'm gonna give it a shot.
My stop was saved by a quarter so far.
Yeah, I think they like barely ticked my stop. I had it up to like 400 bucks as a stop, so it's not too bad.
That's a good point. I should
I
look
just
at
kept
the.
trailing it. I'm
I
eyeing a
need to look.
potential short gold too, so we will see.
Okay, 332. Come on,
You know
get
what
through
I
this
call
guy.
this? You know what I call this? This is that double barrel doji, man. Get out the way. I like this trade right now. I'm happy with
Good. Me too. Just
it.
because
You
we're
like it, I
just
like
'cause
it.
we're both we just because we're both in it. I love it. I love
Oh
it so
yeah.
much.
Double barrel doji. Get out the way, man. Get out the way. Yeah. I'm gonna look for a cover in 16s here. I'm gonna go down to 2. See if we can sit on that. Wow, they like ticked my stop literally earlier.
Very rude.
Still looking at gold here.
$25. All right, this is gonna be, yeah, just hold this bid, NQ. I need you.
If NQ can close a really good 15-minute candle in 6 minutes, we can get a continued all-day move up scenario. That's for sure.
Cool. That would be great.
Be encouraging, you'd say?
It would be very encouraging. I mean, ES didn't take its overnight high yet. And you know how I feel about those CPI spikes. News spikes are big part of my game. So,
Well, someone in chat says sell this Garbo, and I hope he
oh,
doesn't. Please
nice.
don't sell it. Please don't sell it.
Did we poll the chat today? Bullish or bearish? Because that's important. That's part of my
It's part of the edge,
that's it's part of the edge,
the
yes.
last piece of confluence. Dude, who is sitting here in the 25, 26 is ES, man? Do you know this guy?
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
find him.
Nope.
Like it's
I
like we're in the
don't.
pits. Go look for this guy. I'm gonna send him a
You wanna go?
message.
Okay, yeah, I'll send Uncle
Beat him
Pax to
up.
beat him up.
All
Uncle
right,
Pax,
we're
go
moving.
punch this guy, please.
All right. We covered
Let's go,
one.
baby.
We're down to two.
Nice one, homie.
Double barrel doji,
Whoops.
man. Never always keep that in your playbooks though. Double barrel doji. Close your
You know I
eyes
can't.
and click
You know I
buy,
don't know
baby.
what candle shapes are. All right, I covered one for 6 points, and
I'm gonna
then
cover a
okay,
second one, an
I got two
overnight
more.
high here, and then try to hold
Man,
one like a bunny.
this was a pain in the ass to get into. I can't believe they saved my stop by
A
a quarter.
sliver?
Yeah, it was one tick. I was one tick.
It'd be like that. I stopped complaining about getting stopped that way because a lot of times I'll get my covers that way. So I'm like, all right, you got it. You win some, you lose
Nice.
some.
Okay. Yep. Give and
Sometimes you win,
take.
or sometimes it'll like, yeah, sometimes it'll just save me by a hair. I'm like, all right, you got it. You got it. You're the boss. All right, overnight high NQ, and we will drop down to one and party. Missed the gold second opportunity long because NQ is just so distracting right now.
I'm not going to cover one there. I'm going to see what happens. I covered a little early yesterday, and this is kind of the same. This is kind of the same setup as yesterday, except we have a giant gap below us, which I despise. Um, it
Yeah,
lives
there's a
in my
bunch of
head rent
imbalances
free.
on that too.
Yeah, yeah, just like
But look,
CPI nuke
look, look, look,
candle.
look, look, look. Stop living in the past, baby. You know what I mean? Don't look behind you, Stowe. We're going forward. We're moving forward. Stop
True,
living in the
true that,
past.
true that.
IB high test? I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
We got to run that overnight high for ES, so that's what I'm looking for here, Cooper.
Over and oh, you're way up there. I'm trying to get it on NQ right now. We're like just I might just cover this because I don't want to kill the deal over $5, you know?
I
I
will
just
kill
might
this
though.
deal for $5.
I really might though. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, I'm covering it. I'm covering it. I'm down to one. We'll break even this runner here. There it
Oh
is.
yeah.
And then now they go. That's the indicator. It's like Nick stop. Whenever I cover, extend your TPs. Wait for me to cover, just extend your TPs, man. This game is hard. All right.
I'm glad that we're in the same trade at the moment. That makes me feel good.
I'm telling you, the double barrel doji up. Like I say, double tops, fake news. Double bottoms, real.
I'm gonna have to go to investing.com or wherever explains candle shapes once the screen is over.
Just I should have. I was thinking about doing a whole thing in my playbook with just price action. But hey, you know what?
You should.
I got an excerpt that's price action and order flow tied together, and I think it could be beneficial for everybody because it tells me a lot of things. So
Yeah. I can't wait to see that. It should be soon. Should
that's
be
what we've been saying
this
for like a
weekend.
month. Yikes.
It's good. Most of this job is just telling people you're going to do things So it's not about actually doing them. It's all about the hype.
That's yeah, a master marketer at work, guys.
Yep.
I hate that I missed this gold long. Damn it. They gave me two chances too.
Oh yeah, yeah. My overnight high for ES is the CPI high.
GTA 6 before X1 like gold goes green on the day. Yeah. Damn it.
Hey, morning, Tracy. Good to see you. Send this freaking thing. Come on, baby. Somebody up here at 32. My word. Arval must be out of its mind today, huh?
Guess. Take a guess.
Uh, 105?
Wrong. It's only 82.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, if you really think about it, we are just kind of like balanced still, right? It hasn't really
Yeah.
extended too much, but yeah, I've got 82 Arval right now.
I guess NQ's just been more productive as far as like the things I like to check off the list. It appears to be gigabit right now. Like it's doing the bit of death now that they
It's
got back
actually
through that.
it's very bid.
Yeah.
It's so bid that there's really hardly any offer coming through ever since that second attempt.
Okay.
Second attempt at the open. There's not much offer that's coming through. They kind of just like, all right, we get it. You made your choice. The market has made its choice. Everyone agrees now that those lower prices are not to where anyone wants to do business. Only the buyers want to do business.
Yeah.
So that's what it looks like on order flow right now. We are just literally drifting up because there is not enough offer interest right now to fill all the buys. And look, these three candles on ESNQ right now. That's what I like to see. The 15-minute candle that just closed, you guys need to check that out. I'm telling you right now. Go look at it. Everybody go look at it.
That's why you'll appreciate this. So our Airbnb is basically just one giant room. So I'm currently punishing four other human beings with this streaming business.
Well, you shouldn't have said that because the chat thinks that you're actually streaming in a museum. So you should have just said that.
Did you guys think I was in a museum? No,
Yeah,
this
come on,
is
look
just
at
some
your
lady's
background.
house. It is pretty cool. It's very, very beautiful. Imagine if this was just a giant Pepe painting back there.
Yeah, no, Stowe's streaming at the Louvre right now. He has special privileges. You guys can't see it, but there's a huge, huge crowd watching him.
Yikes. What's this, a scam cell? What's going on up here?
Aren't all sales scam sales?
Yes.
That's how the market works.
Nah, it's just fun. Yeah, man, if this is just a dumb balance day today, I'm going to be severely disappointed.
If
They're
today
going
is
to make me cut.
balance, it's kind of scary.
Yeah,
Might be a failed break in the end.
yeah.
Maybe next week or so.
I mean, let me get to the big chart. Yeah, I mean, the top of the previous balance is still like it's like it's 68.05 something. I feel like '05 was the number, and then 386 on NQ. So like it's down there.
Well, we
We
still don't
have
have an
gapped.
IB break. So
No, we
we've
have
got
gapped and gone for now.
no IB break. We're closer to the IB high. So let's just say we're more likely to break the highs, right?
Keep it coming. Keep that
Yeah.
mojo
Try
coming,
to keep this
please.
energy going right now.
Yes, yes, I need that.
All right, gold, gold. You fail here. I'll try to short it. Man, that gold short in the morning though, that thing paid. Love it.
When we say IB, it stands for initial balance. So IBH is IB high, initial balance high, and the initial balance is the first hour of trading. So
Oh yeah, if you guys look
it
at my
should,
charts, it says IBH right here and then IBL. That's just yeah, the first hour is plotted as a range. And that's the initial balance, which is IB. All right, gold looks like potential potential fail. Keep an eye on it. I think I'm just gonna leave this NQ alone here. This position tracker is really useful when you're trading multiple markets. I'll say that much.
That's true. Yep. Okay. Stalling here. We got 12 minutes to 11. Okay.
Curious for gold DOM, do you compress your tick settings at all or no? I haven't looked at a gold DOM since 2023. I need to make one. Um, right now, I'm not sure if I would. I would have to see. Right now, I'm trading gold off of the volume profile and this delta by price as
Are
my
you
order
just gonna
flow.
say vibes?
It's vibes. No, it's quite literally, yeah. Like I'm just positioning like inventory market structure with some delta right here, and that's what I'm doing. Um, auction market theory stuff, same deal. Just I don't have a DOM up right now, so
BMT vibe market theory.
oh
We
yeah.
could we could start that if you want.
Ooh.
VMT.
Yeah, I was telling chat yesterday. I was like, you know what? They're like, oh, Discord, you can make money. I was like, don't get me wrong. I want to sell Discord. It's just I'm too lazy to like get up and do it because there's a lot that goes into it. You got to do chargebacks and like moderate. And I'm like, I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yes.
My life is cool right now. I don't really mind, but I
Ah,
do.
yeah,
It's
dude.
just I'm lazy. That's the issue, guys.
I mean, we know a lot of people that have, paid services, and I gotta tell you, it
Sounds
sounds
like a lot of
like
work, right?
a nightmare. Yes.
Yeah, it's
That
you hear
is.
about it, you're like, yeah, hell yeah, I'd only do it if I'm being paid for it. You're out of your mind. And if you think about it, a free Discord, can you imagine how hectic? Like
No.
it's gonna
Oh
be
my God, no.
insane. Everyone's gonna go in there, start screaming because they can, start trolling. Yeah. So whenever I'm not lazy anymore, maybe we'll look into it, guys. For now,
Who else is
we'll
in here? Rack City. Hey, buddy. You want me to copyright vibe market theory? I should do that. You're
watch. We
right.
try to buy it, and some guys got it up for like $20,000.
It's okay. We'll
Like,
get
God
vibe
damn it,
market
I'm gonna
theory
DM
dot
Rack
net.
City. I know it's him.
I'm sure dot net's not taken.
You think you've got us? Well, we're .net.
We're dot net. I'll be dot gov if I have to. There's nothing's gonna make me pay for a website. Coming back to VWAP now. Yeah, no. Look at
Yeah, Nil's
this.
been saying, pay me a salary that replaces my job and I'll run the Discord for you. You guys are making it sound like it's just too much work. That's too much. For now, you guys get a free course. Best I could do. Best I could do. Free course. It's not even a course, it's just a playbook. I don't think I could ever put out a course either. It's a lot of work because you got to go from
Hmm.
like the absolute beginner zero. It's a lot of work. Are we got cooked?
I don't know.
My
I don't
runner's
know yet.
dead. Yeah, my runner's dead. I was looking at gold. I'm in stocking gold right now.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can't complain. NQ's paid me plenty today too.
I don't want so I want 25. I guess I want this guy to hold if he can. If he's gonna hold, it's gonna be right there.
That's too many failed attempts up top for the indexes.
I know, man. I know it. I know it and you know it. We're on the other side of this 25, guys. The only thing I keep holding on to. So I added here, but tightened risk. I'm probably gonna get stopped.
Bee's knees. Position
Damn
tracker
it.
is NinjaTrader. This is NinjaTrader. We are on NinjaTrader live stream. So we are live
Nasty.
streaming NinjaTrader. Oh, gold is going. Gold is going without me. Come back.
Fuck. Horrendous.
How's crude, guys? Should I pull up a crude chart too? Should I just like go back to 2023 and watch like 6 markets?
That would be cool.
Yeah, I was even doing Nat Gas, man. That was how slow 2023 was for a minute. Oh my God, I had Nat Gas up. Yeah, gold is, I hate this to the tick stuff, man. But if anyone was curious why it's that red zone is there, it's this volume. So how I do things is you can see that there's a taper here. And then they really tried to bust through it and they failed. So coming back, if they're not even going to put in the same effort, it's just not going to work. And that's what happened here. And they
Mm.
barely tapped it here. And I can't do much with this. I want to see something. But
And Q's still holding its open.
still, oh yeah. Yes,
Yes.
also testing. Yes is finding that bid again, by the way. Some guys
Yeah,
just buying the
some crazy
22s.
dude piling in here right now.
You still have Delta at least, right? Yeah, you have Delta by
Yeah,
price.
yeah. I might take this NQ or mid trade.
Hey, this is awesome. All right. It says Phoenix says XY before your streams, I never touch NQ, would monitor for context, but not trade it. Now I am and have been getting 30 to 50 points consistently. That's fucking awesome, man.
That's amazing.
Love to hear it.
Good job, homie. That's great.
Love to hear it. I'll use that as testimonial for my future Discord.
Yes, please leave a Trustpilot review. I got 5 minutes to the turn. Didn't quite get all the way down to that or mid.
Right now, I really
Watch
wish I
these
had a
both.
gold dom up. Looks like they're trading beneath all that buying again, huh, on the indices.
Yeah.
What a bid on
Well, it
gold.
might
Let's
be
see if I
early
can
on
fade it.
this.
Paulo asks, I always see you're fading the extreme XYZ. Do you consider yourself a mean reversion trader? I don't think I'm a mean reversion trader, but I love trading at extremes because they offer good risk to reward. I wouldn't
Oof.
say I'm mean reversion though. I do like a trend trade. That's for sure.
Big bid coming in there. Let's see if they punch it.
You long the indexes right now?
Yeah.
Trying to stock a gold short, and I really wish I had a dom right now.
It punked me.
Punked.
It did. Punked me good.
All right, guys. We are short gold. Short gold just sounds like such an idiotic thing to say.
Hey, you're not supposed to trade it. You're supposed to buy it, or what? Is that what they say?
Hey, gold just keeps going up, right? So it's like,
Damn.
oh, look at, all right.
Smoked.
Maybe I should have went short indexes. I'm just watching this gold.
It was a pretty big break.
Hmm.
Stop run for ants. I see this bid. He's still there.
VWAP. Yeah.
We'll see if NQ can get through this.
And Q just
460
bought
guy on the way back
113
through.
down there at the lows. Someone just
Yeah.
slammed 113 against the ask.
Okay. It's nice we have another 420 guy in the mix now, so that's good.
Friend or foe?
Well, we haven't tested him yet today,
Well,
so I don't know, but he's around.
gold
There you
bid
go.
or
There you
not?
go. Okay. Need these lows to be good. I mean, that's, yeah. Did NQ just make a poor low doing that?
Or low and key. Oh, close. Not equal, but
Yeah.
it's a little close. Pretty huge
Got
bid
2
coming
minutes to
out
the
of there, huh?
turn. Yeah, there's that bid again at 60. I see him. He wants to hang.
They are definitely buying this. 30 seconds till the 5-minute candle close could be really good.
Right. Need to get back above this 73.
Well, I'm over on gold, so you'll see. I'm feeling like I think I regret not looking at NQ here, but
It's like when all your friends start listening to a different band or something, you don't know about it yet. You're just like, yeah, yeah. I like that band. I like what's their
yeah,
album
yeah, it's
again? What's
cool.
it called?
That album is really good, right? I think I'll just leave gold alone. Look over at
Ooh.
NQ here.
Okay,
This
there's our turn.
23s.
We got a passive guy at 72, kind of trying to hold it. We'll see if we can break him. That would be ideal. Try to catch this
ES,
push.
same guy. The 23s, 24s. There's like this
Yep.
huge passive seller.
Yep. Oh, this needs to be here. Throw 2 on there. There we go. See, we got
That's a
51.
really crazy 5-minute candle.
Mm. Can't get through him.
Dude, there's so much passive offer. I really want to fade this, go short, but I can't fade that candle.
My stop's in
Can
a
I?
shitty place. Got 50, 68, 17. Got to be like right here.
I'm trying a short NQ here.
Okay. Well, I don't like
Two
that.
lots, 2 lots only, because the stop is a little wider than I'd like. It's about 15 points. I might scratch out right here, actually. I'm scratching out of the NQ short. I don't want it anymore. They are taking too long to break that right there.
Stuck under the open though. They're doing all kinds
Yeah,
of weird
yeah,
stuff right here. I don't like it.
I wanted
It's
that
very
break then and
busy.
there. This gold is still just like marinating, trying to make a decision. Poor low, yeah.
Is there still all that 23, 24 guy on ES? Same spot?
Yeah, they're trying to buy through the 23, 24s still. It's just they're not.
This is taking too long.
Yeah, I want to short off of that, but when they get to the downside, they're not really mashing the gas too much. So I got like right out of that short.
Ooh, I hate this trade. I hate it. I hate it with like every part of my body right now.
It's hard. It's
Despise.
50-50, honestly.
Yeah, I despise being in this trade.
It's 50-50.
Come on, be somebody.
There's more buying than selling now, for sure.
I hope so.
Yeah, on the order flow, I
Come
got in
on.
and I think I scratched out like one tick, two ticks. Like I got in when it was supposed to break and they didn't move. It literally didn't move.
Okay. There you go. Get the push. Can we get the push?
I hate you.
We don't need a cliff ski today. XY. We need a push today.
I hate you. I'm trying to get this gold cliff ski right here. See?
Oh, it's so grouchy right here.
All right, I will short this if they can get some good momentum on the downside here because 79s and 80s order flow is potentially stuck. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Sell side isn't really putting in too much right now, honestly. They're passive, cool, but they're not as initiative. So I'll wait for that.
I need under this wick. There we go.
Nice cover. Yeah, I know. That was a perfect cover. About to blow up in my face any second after that. All right, looks like gold does not want lower, so.
Woof.
Ooh.
Rude. Yeah, they're gonna get me.
All right, let's try NQ shorts. Finger on the flatten button just like earlier. They do it or they don't.
Let's see. 23 is still churning that 23 guy.
Yeah. Out of the NQ. I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Bit more time.
22. It keeps slamming out of this. It's again, it's very hard without a Dom, but I don't know. It's a fight. It's a big fight between 60 and 70 down here. I don't know who's going to win. Mm. You still in? You still in that short? Thank you. They got it. Oh. Oh.
Not bad. I actually muted myself. Yeah, I scratched out of the first one. I just got back in again. But they gotta really get it moving or it's right or right out.
Man, I've
Not
never
willing
hated a
to
trade
use
this
some.
much in my entire life.
Yeah,
This is
downside
so
pressure is
terrible.
actually pretty heavy here. I'm going along with it. Yeah, but down here playing this, I'll be scratching these. I will not eat a stop on these.
ES is still fighting with 24. ES looks like way better than NQ does, so that's weird.
Yeah,
ES took
ES
over
looks
the
way
lead.
stronger. I'm actually looking at ES's order flow.
Come on, 80. Give it up. Give it up.
Oh, Nick wants IB low.
No, Nick. I took one off. I gotta take some risk off.
Look
This is
at
taking way
ES,
too long.
man.
Way too long. I guess I don't need this. I can pull this down.
Greatest squiggly line of all time, man. The
Yeah, what's
best.
that 9 doing?
Oh no, that's VWAP. VWAP's the
Oh.
best. VWAP is the greatest. The 9 is above price on NQ. ES is at the 9, but EMA's honestly in the indexes, they don't matter to me right now because it's just crisscrossing between them. So
Yeah.
they mean nothing to me. Only when they're sloped and we're pretty one-sided on the market. But if it's like this, it means nothing. Balance days, they mean nothing to me.
What is this 75 guy doing? Is he just soaking all these? Is he reloading?
Who? 75 NQ?
475? Yeah.
They just weren't buying as much, but they are now. It was just a matter of
Okay.
time before they decided, hey, look, we're gonna buy through this thing. That was the only thing,
Okay.
really. Yeah.
Dude, look at my screen, XY. Look at how close I was to getting stopped out. I
I
mean,
mean,
that's gotta be
what kind of stop is that? How many points is
two.
that?
That's 2 ticks NQ.
No, what's your stop? Like 10 points. What is that? What am I looking at? I can't really see.
56. It's 8. I had it 8 points.
Oh, so you're trying to be cute.
No, I was
You're
not.
trying to
I
be
was
cute.
just I was clenched. My ass was clenched, and I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that was gnarly. I'm also long ES at the same time.
Oh, double barrel long, huh?
Yeah, double barrel. Both sides. All right, let me tighten this thing up too. I mean, they murdered me on
Even
that.
chat wants you to trail it, man.
No, chat. Listen,
Phoenix
the
says,
best
check
way to
yo
get
DMs. DM where? Guys, I get all kinds of DMs everywhere, and it's like there's a filter too, right? So I don't know. And yesterday, I got like okay, so every day I get Twitter DMs, and yesterday one of them just said hi, straight up
mm,
hi.
I get those text messages that are like, "Are you still in town? I'd love to meet for dinner."
Oh yeah,
This
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah. I haven't gotten those for a while. Not for a while.
this is Vanessa. Is
Haven't
it
gotten
is
those
it
for a while.
Vanessa?
Do
Depending on how fun of a evening I'm having, sometimes I respond to those.
you think there's actually someone behind that, or it's just a bot? You know,
I think, oh, damn, I keep pulling up.
obviously the bot is
Oh,
sending those out, but when they get a response, like who's it?
whoops, sorry about that. My stupid screensaver thing keeps popping up. Okay. Man, this is a pretty nasty day.
I
Guess
mean,
I'm gonna
I
cover
can't
one.
complain with my piano. I cannot complain.
I can complain.
I've been blessed this week. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yes, Mr. Gold. We're gonna start calling you the Monopoly
Dude,
Man. Actually, that's
doing
Nick.
awesome. Oh,
No
no
one
one's
has
making more money
ran
than
it harder
Nick.
than Nick. Yeah,
No
yeah.
one's making more money than Nick this week.
If that dude even pretends to be humble ever again, I'm
That's his
done pulling
game,
screenshots up.
man. He just shows up at the pool hall like, oh, I don't know. I don't really play pool. I don't know. Let's do like $200 a ball just for fun. Just for fun. I hate that guy.
Mr. Sandbag, they call him. Yeah, he caught that whole gap fill, man. That was insane. Okay, we're
I
pushing.
like the longs, man. I was tempted to
Me
get long
too.
on that pullback. I regret not doing so.
I'm gonna take one here for 30 points. We'll let the next dude go. I get filled up here? No, not yet.
Cool. Thank you, Jim. It was not easy. It was a pain in the ass, but Jim was rooting for me. I know it. That's why I was able to hold on to that. Jim, did you see this? Look at this stop. I
Dude,
had a
I
two
wanted to
tick
buy
NQ stop down
I
there.
wanted to buy those 480s so bad, man. I chickened out. I chickened out. I'd be high, dude.
I mean,
I'll
VWAP
buy
is
if
not
they can pull
supposed to
back
hold like this.
sooner than later here. I'll buy the pullback for IB high. I think we can get the IB high.
Okay.
Leave that IB low poor.
Yeah, poor lows don't exist. Poor lows are not a thing.
Poor
Poor
lows
highs
is
are a
totally
thing.
fine. I'm sleep. Poor highs? No, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
Okay, we're coming up on my first target here at 31. I will not be a D for a T if somebody shows up here, but it seems like that evil seller has left the building for now, so that's good.
Are you about to cover
Just
the
one.
last? Oh,
No,
I was like, I've never
no,
seen
I, I
stuff
got I got
actually.
two lots on from 819
Oh, hell yeah.
and a quarter. So this is just the top of the band, and these bands are not trending at all. In fact, it's compressing. So I might just get out of both. This is what has smacked me both times. This is why my P&L sucks today, is I was not scaling out properly based on my rule set. So the fuck now my stop's gone. Yeah, dude. I can't wait to get home so I don't have to deal with this weird execution nightmare anymore.
50-point rotation right now for my leg to leg chat. IB high,
I'll
man.
stop.
They haven't broken it. Yeah, they have to, right? That's the rules.
There are, yes, that is
That's
one of the
literally the
rules
rule.
of
You have
the
to break it.
market. It always has to happen. Cool.
All right, well, this gold play isn't working out for me.
My P&L is the Undertaker right now, and we are coming for you, Cactus Jack. We um the bass player in my band had never seen the Uncut Gems movie before, so we have been watching that while we were on the road, and so now I can finally start saying, "Let's bet on this," and
Let's
everybody will
bet on
understand what I'm talking.
this.
Let's bet on this shit. So yeah, that's good. Thank you, Zenny. Yes, I enjoy. There's a specific era of wrestling that I can make references to, and I'm not familiar with modern wrestling, but anything that happened, um, 90s, early 2000s, I can rip some jokes about.
You have a target for your last one? You're gonna trail it? You're gonna what's the deal here?
I want to see what happens at overnight high. So, I have one ES long from 819, and then I got that NQ long from 464. So we're coming up to, like, I don't know, the other spot I would take this off at 521. But like, look at the delta volume profile. It's just, there ain't anybody up here anymore. It's just cruising through. Okay, ESIB high break. That's good.
Barely, huh? One tick.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. I will close that NQ. 50 points on NQ. I'm not letting that come back.
Gold might be selling.
Yeah, sure. Gerardo, I will explain how I entered that trade. So it was, you can still see it before this resets at all. We had this was obviously a very, very emotional move. This was a bunch of, I mean, not surprisingly, because there were obviously a lot of stops below all these spots. So this puked, quickly reclaimed, and then it was just there was a battle here, and it could have gone either way. I had no idea who was going to win this, blue team or red team. Passive seller was here trying to hold it down, but this bid kept stepping in, and eventually the bid won, got through, retested right here at 473 real quick, and then zipped straight back through. And then I actually have 4 lots on. I took a couple partials in here just to get the risk off while this was figuring itself out. Took one at VWAP, and then my ultimate target is the other side of the range. So I took the last one once this +1 rejected. Um, Now that ES is stronger now, which is weird. So it's decided to Flipadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Flipadelphia.
Oh, that's a new.
You don't know that episode of Always
No,
Sunny? You
no.
should.
I've
Okay,
never
it's
really
a
watched
very
that
good
show.
one. Okay. All right. Well, so I have to watch Peaky Blinders and you have to watch Always Sunny.
I can't
I'll
believe
send
you
it
had
to
to
you.
watch Peaky Blinders, man. So good. So good.
I think I probably if I haven't seen a show, it's probably because my wife wasn't into it, and there's like there's only so much time. So if we don't agree on a show, those shows separate off into, okay, you watch that show on your own time.
Yeah.
So, and there isn't a lot of that. So, but I'll put it in the Stowe solo time box.
I can understand what they're saying in the Blinders show. Impressive. Impressive.
It's true. It's true. That's the same story of all married dudes. I mean, especially if you have kids. Do you want to know something so funny, XY?
What's up?
When we were in Naples, speaking of TV shows, when we were in Naples and I was sleeping in the hotel room all by myself, I couldn't sleep at all because like I just can't sleep. Wonder like what are my girls doing, you know? It's just a thing living in the back of my mind. The only way I could get to sleep, I was trying to find a show to watch to fall asleep to, and I was like, I don't know why I did this. I was like, I'm gonna watch the cartoon that me and Willow watch when we're trying to wind down at the end of the night, and that was the only thing that worked. So I literally had to put on Willow's favorite show to fall asleep in
It's like
Naples.
conditioned. You're conditioned
Yes.
now. And you never
Yep.
knew it until then.
I did not. I did not know that. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is giving me the nostalgia feeling of like watching Seinfeld, except it's big city greens. I don't know if the chat's familiar with that show, but it's very funny, very good.
Yes, still going. Yeah, it's got to be
Yep.
IB High Friend Q, man.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll watch this overnight high break on ES. This is the CPI spike is important to me. So I want to see it smacked, push through or not.
Well, the bad news is I gave back
Nice.
half the profits I
Woo!
made on gold already. Gold has betrayed me.
The Undertaker is here and he is coming. He is coming for you all. Yeah, Phoenix, Big City Greens is really cool. I'm a huge fan. Some of those shows are pretty brutal. Like, what's some that I have to sit through? Like the Demon Hunter thing. That is, I still have not been able to
She's
get
still
on
watching
board
that?
with that. Yeah, dude, every day.
Still? Is that
There's
good, huh?
also some Disney show called Descendants that she watches a lot. It's like musicals.
No.
That's rough too. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. It was an okay trade. It took me a long time to get in it. I thought this was it back here at 10:30, and I did not take profit here at um, where I should have taken it. So that's annoying. So I kept both lots on, then I added, then I got stopped out. So right idea, but this is that thing I talk about all the time. It's like this trade didn't work. This is the trade that worked. So just because this one got stopped out doesn't mean that I can't get in this one too. So that's why I try to stay alive. You know, that's more important than anything. So I still have bullets for this spot when it's around. It was also nice to I took an NQ trade for maybe the first time in 1,000 years today. So that was cool.
What's your approach when it comes to runners? Do you have a target or close once you've seen enough Uh,
Eh,
I close my runners pretty often. Stowe just doesn't. He just holds it until infinity or something.
well, it depends, right? So it's like if we get back below overnight high, then I'll be out of this and then I'll look for another trade or I'll just be done. But the target for this was just to check that stat, like overnight high or low to be run. Now that we're up here, I mean, we ran it and then this bid came right back in at 837 and is propping it up. So, you know, I'm happy to take another PAX rotation if it's going to give it to me. I'll take 15 more points for show.
Stowe
These
is
Modelos
volume
don't buy
bars.
themselves. Nice. That was a good push. Whoa, look at Mr. 540 on NQ. Holy Moses.
And keeps going. Oh, IB high. Really should have bought those 480s. Damn, so good. It was honestly a
Well, you're
really
a
good
gold
shallow
man now.
pullback. Shallow pullback. Yeah, gold. Yeah, I was just messing myself up in gold. Gave back half of the money that I made in gold already. I
Okay,
hate it.
chat and Jim, I have trailed my stop now up to 831. So we've locked in this. So everybody can relax.
Finally.
Jim's happy. Jim's breathing.
If it were me, I would just put a TP at the IB high. Still, you're holding for what, like 27K?
Well, I'm
Little
out of
scalp.
NQ. I'm just in ES now.
Ah.
So
Oh, okay.
36, 46. So 68.50 probably.
Where? 6850?
Yeah,
Well, the spooky box starts at 45.
it does. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me know about the spooky box.
Very, very spooky box.
That's one tool I don't have.
V range is actually here on ES 3850. 38 and a
Okay,
half.
thank you. Thank you also.
So spooky box ahead. Yeah, I know they're gonna do a Peaky Blinders movie as a finale, right? But man, I've been waiting. It feels like 84 years.
Did it end on a cliffhanger?
Yeah, not a crazy one.
Okay.
But yeah, more open-ended than cliffhanger, I would say.
Okay.
Um, and then they announced that there won't be a final season. It will be a movie as a finale.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
The other reason I haven't watched it is like it's nice to have something that you haven't done yet, you know? So you can be like, oh, I still got that going for me if
Something to look
I
forward to.
if I run out of stuff.
Is that
Yeah,
a
yeah.
secret life alpha right there?
Possibly. Possible.
When will my playbook be out? Well, I don't really know.
It's gotta be soon. It's
Word
gonna
on the
be
street is
he's
like early next week. I don't know.
yep. Then we gotta do a new episode next week too.
Yep, yep.
I gotta try to get Kane. We should have got him while he was in the States, but now he's back, so the time change is weird.
Neo asked, how do you identify bid coming in? Um, well, if you're looking at order flow, if you're seeing trades against the ask, so they're crossing the spread to hit the ask to get their buy orders in, that is a bid. And if you see a lot of it, then you can say, hey, look, there's a lot of bid. Or if you're on like a DOM and you see a pull stack, so you see a bid that's constantly refreshing at prices, that's a bid. Time and sales above ask, yes. No, no, no. That's a sweep. At the ask is different than above the ask. That's a sweep. But that is also bid side aggression. So that is a bid.
Yep. Hey, morning, Hitman. What's up, brother? No, Zachary, we can't explain what the spooky box is. It's proprietary.
Oh, very, very, very secret and very spooky.
No,
Very
it's just
scary.
a volatility extension. It's a Order Flow Labs thing. It's not called the spooky box.
Renamed for Halloween. It's just for Halloween.
Renamed
Seasonal.
for Halloween, yeah.
Seasonal.
Yeah, but one thing we use, at least I use it quite a bit, especially in all-time highs, is it's just good to have some sort of like extension.
It's based off the VIX.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's
let's see.
it's nice to have targets somewhere that you can lean on. Lots of people use, 50% of IB extensions for targets. You can make this stuff up yourself too. You can just start looking at like where's a good place to take profit if the IB is X amount of points. That gives you an idea of how high that rotation out of that initial balance is going to be. You can use the 30-minute opening range as well. You can use extensions off of the 30-second opening range. You can use average rotation size calculations, lots of different ways to skin that cat. But yeah. Is there an SMT at the high as Italian guy? The reason I didn't mention it is because I don't know what the hell that thing means still. Okay, so ES made a new high. NQ has not. So I should short
That's
NQ?
a
I forget
SMT,
what you.
right?
Yeah, I
It's
don't know.
diverging between the. I think that's what T was. I asked T in Naples. I was like, "What the hell is a SMT?"
Yeah, yeah.
And he's like, "It's just divergence between ES and Q." So it looks like it, right? Because ES poked. I mean, NQ hasn't even broken the IB high. So
Yeah.
I guess it is, but we are the wrong people to ask. Chat could probably tell you better than we could, honestly.
Yeah, no problem, Zachary. Yeah, there's no secret sauce just at all ever. So feel free to always ask us. We don't have anything that you don't have access to. And part of the fun of the game is you can make up your own stuff like extensions and targets and suit that to fit your trading personality.
Yeah, some people
And
like the SMT. I like
yeah,
the AMG.
what's that?
The AMG?
Yeah.
Uh, I like the AMG. I like the XLE.
Okay, cool.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
I like the TRD. TRD is nice.
Okay, cool. Oh, are these cars? Okay, okay, nope. I
They're
wouldn't
just like
know.
the
They were
premium trim. Like BMW's got M Sport or
okay.
M. Mercedes would be AMG. Toyota would be like TRD. XLE is the
Hmm.
higher trim leather option. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so the Prius has two options. It's either tan or gray for the interior. You can pick one of the two.
Both options are losers.
Yeah, both options, it's
I gotta tell you, whatever option you choose, no one's gonna like it. Cloth or cloth.
man, yes, held this overnight high and it wants more. I'm here for it. This is great.
ES is still like mega bid up here,
Yep.
and I would not want to get in the way.
Nope. This they're lifting everything on NQ over here. This is intense.
Yep.
Okay,
A lot
London
of sell
closed.
just came in
Good.
on NQ in the 30s, and they're not happy. So it's about to rip, like actually rip.
Cool. That brings me joy. I'll keep dragging this. Dragging us to 32 now. This is a pretty big ES runner. I don't know if I've taken. I haven't. I caught 30 points yesterday. Finally,
A
had a
30
great day
point
yesterday.
ES runner.
I did. I did. I caught 30 points on ES yesterday from 40s to 70s. It was nice. I had to cover it in the car, but I did take it. I was driving and I had to switch over to the app, and everybody was like, "Are you seriously looking at a chart right now?" It's like, no, no, no. I just have to hit the close
Officer, you
button.
don't understand. Chris had a 250-point trade. That's insane.
What's up, Omni? Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That is insane.
Yeah, Chris had a really good trade yesterday. Yeah, I had way better fill than I did. Took it again yesterday, took me forever to get in. It's hard to trade without the Dom, dude.
Oh yeah. Yes. I need to make one for gold immediately.
I think the last time I tried to look at gold order flow, I didn't see much like that really jumped out at me. It just wasn't the same.
It's
Same
definitely a
with the
thinner book.
Dow. Okay.
It's for sure a thinner book, yeah. You'll see smaller lot sizes on the bid and ask.
Omni, I just need to see like I need to see the order aggression. I need to see how fast buyers and sellers are interacting with these levels. So it's nice to see the delta. This is like half of the story for me, but I don't know how hard they're hitting this bid. I don't know how hard they're hitting this offer. I just can't, like, I can't see the pulses. I can't see the sweeping. I can't see all that stuff.
It's like you can kind of see buyers and sellers arguing with each other or
Yeah.
agreeing with each other. I think that's a good way to put
Yeah.
it. It's kind of like
Yeah.
you don't have the same vibes.
Well, when I was down here buying this 460 spot, like, I felt completely blind because I had no idea who, like you said, the argument, I had no idea who was yelling what at who. I
Yeah.
just knew people were fighting. Yeah, good analogy. That's
They were
very good.
fighting, yeah.
They were
Yeah.
fighting. Yeah.
Order flow with the Dom is much different. Different vibes. Kind of like being in the pit, you can kind of gauge the room, right? Um,
Mm.
what's urgent, what's not, who's hooting and hollering or whatever. And yeah.
To close that single, looks like that seller is winning up there at 540.
You know what's a decent analogy? I think it's probably similar to poker, playing online versus in person where you can see everyone's faces.
Yep.
On the
Yep.
Dom, it's
Very
kind of like you can
good.
see everyone's face. Online, you're just seeing cards.
Yep.
That's
Very
kind of
good.
I don't
I
play
like
poker,
that
so I don't know.
actually.
I could be totally wrong, but I think that's what
Nope. That's perfect. I'll steal that. It's good enough for me to steal.
it's. Oh yeah, stealable. NQ with the pour high and pour low.
Mm-hmm. What could go wrong?
It's gonna be that kind of day. Am I playing at Chauncey's games? Well, I was. I don't know what happened to him, but I haven't seen him in a few days. I haven't seen him in 2 days. Something tells me Chauncey might be in trouble.
Good pullback.
I can't get into any. My hands have been tied.
Yeah, that wasn't very clean on NQ. It just it quickly reversed.
Well, instead of getting long NQ with you, I decided to lose money on gold. So
Good, good.
that's
I've heard
cool.
that.
That's cool. That's cool.
It's important for you to lose a couple trades every now and again so that we know that you're human.
It adds some like validity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you came on stream the other day up like $9 billion, I was like, all right. I almost just slammed my computer
On
shut.
Wednesday, dude. Oh my.
Yes.
This week, honestly, the market has blessed me heavy, man. And I say
It's
that
wonderful.
not just because the moves, but the timing. Like, it's
Yeah.
just Wednesday was perfect timing. It gave me enough time to just like settle in for a few minutes, and then it's like, okay, opportunity, opportunity. Even today was really nice too. Uh, yeah, this weekend has blessed me. So I'll be going to vacation after next week. Just not even thinking about the markets because
Oh, that's right.
I
You're going to Japan. That's awesome.
next week is the last week, so I'm doing a qualifier on Monday,
Okay.
and then Thursday is my last stream in the morning with Chris.
I'm excited to
Where I'm
watch that.
bringing I'm
Are
bringing
you
T on with me. I'm bringing T on with me. So stay tuned,
whoa,
guys.
what? What?
I know. No one even knows. Production doesn't even know. They might they might fire me because I'm bringing T on. I'm
No.
dragging him by the collar. Like, hey, get on stream
It's
with me.
been a good run. Honestly,
So
we should have been
it's not
fired
been
many
bad, right?
times.
I have survived longer than we thought I would. So we're
Same,
on a
same
runner. It's
here.
basically a runner with a trailed stop at this point. We've secured it. We've locked it in. Um, yeah, the Nautilus meme. Yeah, I DM Nautilus. I need you to make this for me. I literally told him like, can you make everyone in the qualifier like an Avenger, and just make me Forky from Toy Story?
It was beautiful. I love that meme. That was very good.
I think that is a sign for you to be of a blessing to me with the utmost respect and love. Fiber optic, I am sorry to hear that, but it's just a week, man.
Yep.
It's just a week.
Happens to all of us, dude. Happens to all of us.
Top of value
The
sold, do you think? I would not short NQ. That's what I think.
fiber optic, one thing that I will give you a tiny piece of advice is the best thing you can do for your mental is to begin to find joy in the rest of your friends having successful weeks. And then it will feel like you're also having a good week, even when you're not having a good week. So, like when I see XY come on the stream with the most insano gold short I've ever seen, especially since I've never watched him trade that market even once,
That was my first
that brings
gold
me
trade in 2 years.
that brings me enough joy that like if I was having a down week, that's cool. So if you can find the more you can find joy in other people's success, the happier you'll be in general. So
Yeah, I think it's important
that
to find a good like group of people to trade with or just to complain to and celebrate with. I think those are the things.
yes, yes. Flight here, yes. I'm already your friend. We talk on the chat all the time, brother. Of course. Yeah, I don't know if we're running out of steam up here or what's going on. We're leaving kind of a exhaustive node on ES. What's NQ doing? It can't go get its IB high. What is this nonsense?
Fiber optic. Yeah, thanks for hanging around, man. Thanks for hanging around.
Yep. It's okay, Fly. Here, my group is my daughters too. They at what did somebody say? They were like, um, because I did my qualifier had Lumi and Tanya and Selma on it, and somebody made a joke about being exposed to all that estrogen, and I was like, it's not any different than every day when I wake up in my own house. It's the same story, man. That's been my life for a long time, and it's the best. Fly here, do your daughters really trade? Is that true? That's so sick if they do. Whoa, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Looks like NQ's maybe gonna make a move down. Still wouldn't short it though.
Yeah.
I think I might call it a weekend from here. There's not too much left.
Yep.
I might have to add a crude chart. Make things a little spicy.
I did take a good crude trade on Monday. I was happy with. So I might start doing some higher time frame, extremely selective, less order flow based stuff for crude and gold. Yeah, I just don't have the same. I don't get the same Dom vibes and stuff from those markets. So it's every time I try to force.
It's a lot smaller. So the prints, you know how we use like recent bid ask? It
Yeah,
will be a lot smaller than the other markets for sure. Gold even smaller than crude.
really.
So
Okay.
yeah, it's smaller prints,
Okay.
but for me, same rules apply. You just kind of scale it down, and then whoever's in a bad spot, you trade against them and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Six figs this week? No, absolutely not. I'm not making six-figure weeks, guys. That is insane. Like maybe if I with prop, yeah, sure. You could do that with prop, but no, I'm not making six-figure weeks, guys. Gonna need way bigger
Cat,
size than that.
Catnip asked if I'm going to short the follow through if ES breaks 68.33. No, I'm not going to, just because that's not something that's in my playbook after this day. We've gapped up, we've held it. They've tried to push back down a bunch of times. The VWAP bands are now sloping up, so this, it at least looks like it's trying to trend away from all this volume that it's built. Um, Not to say that shorting 33 once it breaks down isn't a good play. That's not part of my playbook, so I just don't do it. Not that it can't work. It could totally work if you're that kind of person, but it's after trying to be bid all day, I can't flip like that successfully.
Don't trust says you got whale mentality. I think if you want to
Yeah,
be a
Neo,
whale,
I've
it is
got
difficult because you gotta deal with liquidity
oh,
issues. So that would suck. But yeah, no, I can't. I cannot trade with the size that it takes to make six-figure weeks. That's for sure. And I can't hold trades long enough to make that happen either. So that's out of the no. Mm-mm.
yep, yep.
The way my mentality is like the more money I make, the shittier my performance becomes through the session. So that's why I just cut things off early. I don't trade too long, stuff like that.
Yep.
I don't swing or
Texas
wheel
33
options.
now.
No. I am considering maybe swinging some futures, but yeah, we'll see. I think um I don't know if you guys are interested, I could try to like starting next week, maybe do prop on the stream. Usually around the holidays, I'm winding down in my cash trading, but I got prop accounts now so that I can scalp
A
in Tokyo, in Japan. So
little bit of
maybe
a
we'll start
wiggle.
next week.
Yeah, I think no, Neo, I had a sell stop there for my position. It was just off screen. I was long 19, so I just got trailed out right there,
Trading with
which I
Jose,
like.
you'll hear from me.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Oh, it is making a move down, huh?
I don't know. NQ just ripped back down to its VWAP and bounced very hard.
NQ got really jammed up there. So just my delta by price is showing like 2000 offsides delta, right?
Yep.
So they got jammed up pretty bad.
I like this. I like it came back
Honestly,
down and held this.
yeah, honestly, I think they're just gonna blow the top off of this at some point. Do I have any update on when my playbook will be released? Kinda. Leo said, see, so get on Leo over this. Leo said it should be by Tuesday next week. That's what Leo said. If it doesn't,
Okay.
DM him every ounce of feet picks you've got. That'll speed up the process.
Don't threaten Leo with a good time. He'll be saving those
He's gonna
picks.
delay it. He's gonna delay it. Like, I don't know. Maybe Thursday. Maybe more feet picks. My playbook is out. Oh, I mean, maybe a leak. Maybe a little leaky leak. Nah, I don't think so.
Okay, I got back in up here. I'm happy with that. That's fine.
What's D Ham him? You talking about Darvin Ham? That's the only D Ham I know. Throw him under the
30,
bus like Darvin Ham.
34, 31, 34, 37. Need to make sure my risk is okay. Nope, nope, nope. Higher. There we go. 34, 5, 6, 7, 50. Okay.
Well, ES looks like it just slapped all the sellers in the face right there.
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Quite a bit of sell. Dude, I'm so
Y-
excited to see more Wemby later. I'm so happy sports are back, man. Chat, who's happy about that? Click trading playbook in the top nav. What? Is it out? Let me go look right now. If this guy is lying,
Be cool if it
Maybe.
was out. If it's out and we
This is
don't know, that
Leo's,
makes me
guys. This
happy.
is Leo's playbook,
There you go. That
and
makes
it's been out
sense.
forever. Yeah, this is Leo's playbook. Do I have a course? No, but I have a playbook.
You can
Nope.
call it, of course.
Kind of, yeah. No,
It's
no, no.
kind of a
Playbook,
course.
playbook is free. Course costs money. Come on, Stowe. So I'm trying
Okay.
to, I don't want to trade forever. It's like Pax says. I can't do this forever. I need to make money doing other things. There was this one moment in chat where I was saying like, free information stuff. They're like, "Oh, is it like why you don't want to sell a Discord because it's like you want free?" I'm like, "No, don't get me wrong. I would love to be making money off of a Discord. It's just that I'm lazy. Do not mistake in that. If I'm shelling
Yeah,
out my time like that, I'm charging you for it. But the playbook, it's free. I don't think alpha needs to be behind a paywall for sure.
I agree.
That is there's enough to go around. I don't think it's gonna erode your edge or like, oh, if I give my secret sauce, the market won't work that way anymore. Like, trust me, no one's got that kind of size.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry.
And anyone with that kind
Um,
of size, they don't care about your alpha. We are
no,
just
and I
retail
think
cash.
the true alpha is just yourself anyway. So it's like,
Yes.
yeah, I can give you every tool in the universe, but it's all about how you execute off of it. So it's not just because you have the thing doesn't mean that you're going to be good. Yeah, it's all about how you pull it off.
I think the very beginning of my whole playbook, the intro was a highlight of these are the things that work for me, and it might be what's best for me might be the worst for somebody else,
Yes.
and it
Yep.
might actually hinder their like peak performance. So it's something to always consider.
Yep. Absolutely.
Can you put my course on Klarna? I mean, yeah, you could probably white label the course and sell it for your own money.
What the hell's Klarna?
I think it's a isn't Klarna for like payment plans or something like that? Or is it an actual marketplace? I think it's just to do payment plans when you buy
Oh,
something.
okay.
Like, would you like to use Klarna for like buy now, pay never?
Oh, that's yeah. It's like when you order a pizza from Uber Eats. It's like or forward payments of
No way.
of
What? That's a
five
thing?
not yet. Yeah, man. You can put Uber Eats on layaway if you want to.
Dude, I'm gonna go put a Costco hot dog on how many payments can I stretch that at? 150, $1.50 across how many payments? People use it for props. Props offer Klarna. Wow, that's insane. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of wild.
Yeah, I don't think you should be taking loans out to.
I will definitely be utilizing that for my Discord
There
fees.
you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll Klarna that. Now that's actually insane. I did not know you can payment plan Uber Eats and DoorDash. Is That's probably not advisable because
I wouldn't do it.
you're paying interest on your DoorDash, which is kind of crazy.
Uh,
Klarna lets me split my Starbucks order into 16 easy payments. Oh, he says he was trolling about Klarna.
oh, okay. Okay, that makes a little more sense then.
That would be extremely like toxic if you could use Klarna on props. That's too far down, man.
I'm just gonna wait. I cannot wait for this IBI to break. I don't
Oh, you
know.
really can?
I'm SMTing myself for whatever they
Self
say.
SMT?
Self SMT. I'm diverging within myself right now.
Is that
I'm
a
trying this.
new long or the same? What's happening there?
Nah, it's new. It's new.
It's new.
They came back and they retested
Yeah.
this 32 spot, and I was like, and they got back inside the
Oh,
plus one,
you
so I was like, hell with it. So I just slapped two more on,
the long was
and
when the sellers got slapped in the face on ES.
yes, yes,
They
it
literally
wiggled
got slapped
enough.
in the face.
Good. Well, two slaps. Those came from your boy Stowe.
Ooh. I saw you on the book, dude. I saw you on the book.
Yeah.
And take that.
Man, I had a good week. I had a nice week. This was fun. It's been fun being back in Florida and doing cool stuff. It's been cool.
Yeah, it's been nice. The gang had a good week. What more can you ask for?
Yep. When the gang wins, everybody wins.
Nobody winning like Nick though. Jeez.
Yeah,
Should make him buy me. I'm
disgusting.
gonna send him like an Amazon wish list.
Yep. Yes. We should be doing that. We should be sending him a wish list. Like we're running our own OnlyFans, except it's just Nick. He
Yeah.
owes us.
What font do
Oh
I
man.
use? I'm not sure. I think it's Consolus. CON Solus. What happened with Nick? Nick made a ton of money.
Yep. Nick traded extremely well.
Should you start
No,
AJ or
no
Barkley in
surprise.
fantasy? I would say AJ Brown. Barkley's run game's been tough. Eagles O line is not the same as it was. I think Lane Johnson might still be injured. They have an injured O line, but the O line isn't as tough as it was last year for sure. So Saquon's run game has been muted. I would start AJ Brown because he's probably gonna get more touches. I mean, everyone hopes so, but the offensive coordinator is like an actual dumbass. So I don't know. But yeah, I'd rather do AJ Brown than Barkley for now.
Went back down again. Yeah, I got that 501 again.
Supro, that's awesome, man. If you haven't, please hit like and subscribe.
Yes. Thank you. How many subscriptions are we up to?
No,
I
we
heard
used to
we
have
were
a
cranking
counter.
them out.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Jim, what's up,
Jim's in our
homie?
ear. Jim's in our ear. He says, we need more.
It's never enough.
Please save us, chat. It's the weekend and we want to see our families.
What do we got? Okay, we're up to 152. All right, we're making good progress. It's great.
Hey guys.
Hey,
I
Jim.
uh I thought I heard the word OnlyFans, so I thought I'd better get in here.
They threw him in like, Jim, get in there. Get in there right
Jim,
now.
Jim, Jim.
Get in
We
there
don't
Um,
know
right
where, we don't
now.
know where they're going with this.
They're going off track. Get in there now.
we didn't get too sketch. I mean, it's not. I'm not farm. I'm not going to drop completely inappropriate things on inappropriate Friday.
That was yeah, that was
Farm heavy
something.
rolling.
It had me something. You jump right back in, Stowe? No, is this your screen I'm looking at?
Yeah, I'm
One,
back in.
two?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here at this 34. Um, it was a good idea. It was a better idea than back then, as opposed to now. But I'll get stopped under 31
Hey,
and then
this
be
guy's
done for the
it's
day.
green, man. It's green.
Yeah.
That's for
Yeah,
sure.
it's fine. It's just NQ is really on a struggle bus up here. And this was a ton of absorption at five. I mean,
Yeah.
this is like a metric ton of pass, but like they keep just popping right back off of the VWAP. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah, we might have a little range bound action going on for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep. Yep.
Oh
But I feel
man.
good.
Good. I'm glad. Great week, you guys. Appreciated all your effort,
Thanks, man.
all your
Yeah, this
time.
was a fun one.
I know you got family like back there. Tell them I said hi. Hey fam.
This is just my band, Jim. They're not they're my chosen family.
Oh, there you go. Rock on, brothers. Free bird. Oh man. Any event. So that's it for the week, you guys. XYZ plans for the weekend?
Uh, I don't know. I have to ask my wife. I never know.
Oh man,
Classic.
What are we
you and
doing? What are we
Pax,
doing?
man. You and Pax are
That's how you stay sharp on the charts, you know? You gotta delegate.
oh my goodness. How about you, Stowe?
Yeah, we're gonna play today, and then I fly back home to Pittsburgh tomorrow. So that's my plan. I miss my girls. 3 days
Yeah.
is a long time, so I'm excited to see them.
Yeah.
Then
Awesome.
we'll chill. Football Sunday, we got Steelers game Sunday night, so that'll be an event. I'm gonna
Okay.
try to cook something. I got to figure out what to cook still, but it'll be a good
Nice.
time.
Who they playing?
The Packers. So this is the Aaron
Ooh,
Rodgers
yeah.
probably plays his
Aaron
old
Rodgers
team for
said
the
he wants to
last time.
retire a Packer,
Did he really?
which is understandable. Which is he wants to come back
Did
before
he
he
say
retires,
that?
just to retire a Packer. Yeah,
He's kind of
said it yesterday, I
publicized.
think.
All right.
That's
XY
cool.
is watching Wemby. Yes, that is what I'm doing today. I will be watching a lot of basketball.
Awesome, man. All right. Well, listen, guys, have a great weekend. Let's hit that thumbs up one more time for XYZ and Stowe. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the subscriptions. I'm going to do literally a 1 or 2 minute edge report because I want to talk about lock limit down for live cattle. So you guys were talking
Mm,
about it in the chat. And there's a couple things you probably should know when you get into a lock limit down situation.
absolutely.
So, in any event, you guys have a great, great weekend. Appreciate you. You're awesome as usual. Looking forward to next week, and we will start strong next week on Monday.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, I'm going to share my chart real fast, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay, peace.
All right, it's been a long day. PAX, it takes a lot of energy. Gives a lot of energy, takes a lot of energy. Live cattle, you guys were talking about it in the chat, so I just wanted to show a chart here. So this is a 5 minute chart, so I could demonstrate this a little bit better. And you can see we sold off. This was where we opened, that blue line at the top. We sold off. We just kept going, kept going, kept going. And then we hit that lock limit, right? We hit that bottom base. We can't go any lower than this. This is a CME rule. Sometimes you hear the word circuit breaker. Sometimes you hear the word lock limit. And you can see we're just kind of, these candles are all stuck at the bottom here at that price, right? It can't go any lower. So remember, here are the trading hours for live cattle. It's a little different. It's not a Globex situation. This is Friday 8:30 to 1:05 p.m. Most likely this will remain lock limit till the end of the day. So it might not, but most likely. So let's take a look at the trading ladder here. The trading ladder is interesting because right now you'll see the bids and offers, right? And you can see on the offer or on the price, 125 contracts. On the bid, there's only one buyer, right? A lot of folks see this as they look at this chart for the first time and they'll say, "Oh, look at all the support here, man. This is great. I'm going to get long." No, it's all sellers. There's no buyers. And when this lock is lifted, expect the price to go down quickly. Look at the bids. They're all over the place. So be careful with when you see this kind of situation because this will be lifted next session, right? And you don't want to be stuck in this all weekend long, worrying about I've seen situations, as a matter of fact, where a lock limit, you couldn't even get out on the second day. It just immediately jumped down to the next lock limit price, right? So be careful with it when you see that situation. And right now we're at 233 spot 92.5. And my guess is we're not, you might have a couple of people popping in and out to kind of, to hit that. And so you get a little bit of a blurb on the candle, but this is not going to rally today. All right. That was it. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. At NinjaTrader Live. We had a great week. You guys were all awesome. Everyone listening to us, thank you. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thanks for participating in the Arena Cup. I think there's still some more seats left if you want to do it. It's a lot of fun. And don't forget, Monday is Arena Cup 2. This is for the second qualifier for the main event. And there's like 10,000 or something people registered for this. And we're going to have some great folks trading that. Thank you, Cooper. You have a fantastic weekend. Also, there we go. There's the cup right there. Those are the cash prizes. Real cash prizes, by the way. Let me see if I could give you, I can't recall off the top of my head, who are the featured traders. I know we have 5 of them, and I'm going to scroll really quickly here. Well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it on Monday. In any event, it's going to be a lot of fun. Super cool. Appreciate, again, everybody being here with us. I'm getting ready for my early Martini O'Clock with Gene. We're going to have a one-on-one. I'm going to have fun. I get to meet him. Sounds like a cool dude. We've went back and forth on email. So that's coming up in about an hour. Thanks, everybody, for you guys all have a great weekend, too. So remember, most important message, especially going into the weekend, party weekend, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you Sunday night.